Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here to the Clan Super Cup. We are in Paris. My name is Mojo, and this is Annihilator, aka Nile. How
Hey
do you
guys.
feel about this, man?
Feel great today. Not so much yesterday. We were quite tired from traveling, but we're all ready and set up here today.
Yeah, this is a tournament similar to the previous one that we did, the Clan Scuffle, but with a different goal this time.
Yeah, so the prize is pretty valuable this time. It's to go to Wargaming Fest, a full expense paid trip to play a match at Wargaming Fest versus the Russians on their home territory. That'll be really exciting to watch.
Yes, the tournament name says this is a clan-based cup, and these playoffs will pretty much decide the European champion, and the main reward will be the trip there, and they will be able to fight for those monetary and hardware prizes. Other guys that are following three teams, well, they will get some different here.
Yeah, so Mojo, you were actually there last year at the final battle. What was the whole event like?
Well, you can actually see the pictures now on the screen. Like, it was really massive. A lot of people, a lot of different aspects you can do, like on Xbox, PlayStation, whatever, and great concerts at the end. I would add. So
Yeah.
it was really crowded with people, and it was energetic. I can
And
only say that.
it's going to be played on the stage as well, and that's a
Yeah.
huge opportunity to play in front of thousands and thousands of people with your whole team there. And it's even just a great trip just to go as a bunch of friends.
Well, I guess Tornado as a home team then will have some advantage, I
Yeah.
would say, in that, but we will see. In the last meetings that were only online, though, not on LAN, we had Europe winning 2 times its fame and losing the last one, I believe.
Yeah.
Now, we will see who will go.
So in terms of the tournament structure, who are we going to be seeing coming up in the first matches here today?
Yeah, we will in first match see a match between CSA and Fest, and in second one, Roids against GX. Roids were actually straight, I would say, promoted to the semifinals because you can say they are the successors of Fame. Most of the players who played previously in Fame are there. So they got, like, I would say, an easy pass, but they will have to earn every step of the way right
Yeah,
now.
Absolutely.
The
There's going to
matches-
be nobody giving them a free win, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
I think everyone will even watch them as main competitors, so it's going to be pretty much a lot of counterplay there. But you will know a lot more about that because they are your boys.
Yeah, they're my fan favorite, let's say, if I can call myself a fan, but they're certainly who I'd be looking to get through. But there's no free passes on this tournament. Both all of these teams could very potentially take a win here. Like, there's nobody walking into this first place.
Well, the matches are played in best of 9 format. That means first to win the 5 games wins. It's 10 minutes per battle, 15 on 15, tier 10. That's all you need to know. It's one map, one team is attacking, other defending, and so on. We're going to go in details once the match starts, but I believe our players are pretty much ready, and we can start any moment when they hit the road.
So the first map we're going to be seeing here will be Himmelsdorf, an old favorite, I guess, from basically everyone. So no surprise here that we would actually open with it. So that's going to be CSA versus Fest on, or CSA versus Fest, CSA versus Fest. No, I was right. Correcting myself on Himmelsdorf for the first round. So we can actually go in game now and take a look at what the teams are taking.
Yes, CSA will be attacking and Fest will be defending on this match, particularly here. You can see we have even a new observer mode. I think it's much more clear so for you to see who is playing what and how. I would say that CSA here, as attacker, has a really fast lineup. There is only one Type 5 heavy here considered.
Yeah, and typically you'd see a couple more types, maybe two I would have gone with, but a lot of Wheezies, a lot of fast mobile tanks that they can move around the map with. Fest here on the south. Initially going to be sending the batch out to the hill, quite obvious, just to do the opening spot. 50B is actually doing an opening spot in the banana, or is he going to the hill? I really hope he's going to the hill.
Yeah,
Yes,
it would make no sense for him to sit at that banana road. Unji is playing a bachat, old school Gold League player. We trust he will do well, and he is doing the hill together with a couple of guys. As you can see, following him. On the other hand, Fest is stretching out all over the map, but majority of their forces, like 8 or 9 tanks, are going for the hill.
Yeah, so we can see here actually on the 3 line, just the Super Conk exchanging fire with the 279E actually, a bit of a weird choice on that position. I guess it has a pretty decent gun, so and maybe some side scraping.
It's a really good setup here from CSA. On the railway side, you can see a hold down in a hangar, a couple of guys in the back covering it, and really aggressive spot from one guy going toward the field, Object 277, you can see him on the minimap. On the other hand, they send very few fast tanks toward the hill, while Fest has a huge presence here. Now, what are the chances that there will actually be some fight there?
Well, I think Fest is really looking just to gain the map control at the moment. It's very difficult to overpush that 0 line, especially with 3 CSA tanks, and they're going to have an early enough spot with Unji on the Batchat. But he can actually be pushed down with some decent play here. This is more of a Batchat trade. But once that Batchat loses the position there, they can spot hold down with the Conqueror. That's not a problem as well. So they'll have info of a lot of what Fest is moving on the hill, so they need to watch out for that. They should be able to actually hide most of their tanks, which they should be doing. Yeah, they're moving them through the south part of the hill where they can't be spotted. But it seems like they're actually playing this a bit more aggressively.
Yeah, they're definitely positioning there so they can snipe down, but there is a really secure location on a field that cannot be challenged. But Object 430U that played aggressive by CSA is already on low HP. He took quite a pounding from the guys on the rails.
Yeah, so the Fest tanks are just kind of grouping up here on the south side of the hill. They haven't really done anything at the moment, but both teams just kind of looking for the opportunities, making some rotations. There were some spots on the hill though, so CSA is actually moving down the 1-2-3 line.
You can see Sigo in a forward of the 430U. He took quite a beating, and there is immediate rotation coming from CSA because they know there is a huge presence by Fest on the field. So they're counting their forces here will be enough to overmatch them and win the quick game.
They'll overmatch them, but I don't think they'll be able to do it quickly. That's the big issue. You know, they're already moving back.
But look at this,
Fest.
Yannick is already down. 268 will not be able to hold his ground on his own.
Yeah, that was a bad drop, but the 279, I'm not sure why he's going on this position, why he didn't just go east and cross to the base. He'll actually maybe take some damage.
Okay, Saka is only tracked, but they're doing damage definitely to these guys. Now it's all about rotation from Fest. What will they do with the tanks from the hill? They split actually. They left a couple of guys on the hill to still hold it, and they're just returning with a bunch of guys, like 4 or 5.
Yeah, so they're going to meet these guys here in the 2 line. There's going to be a huge engagement. Right now they can't really push out these 2 Fest tanks that are holding the position, and there should actually be a spot if that Super Conqueror spots them on the cross. Nice, so there's a spot that the guys are coming back from the base. CSA needs to actually make a reaction now because they're going to get pushed by the whole of the Fest aggressive Wheezies here.
CSA is actually has a line of fire here with 3 guys. Saka has a good cover by the corpse of the enemy they killed. But still, number of the guns here is significant, and don't forget, Object 430U, Sigo, that was already damaged. He's only on 400 HP in the back.
Yeah, CSA not with a huge amount of HP on this position. They need to push through the mid or try and move their tanks away because they are losing all of the control they had here on the 1-2 line. Fest just going in a big ball of death, overtaking these last tank on the 2 line for CSA. Now they're trying to chase down the last 1-on-3, chase CSA actually into a bit of a crossfire. If they manage to hold the hill, they'll have a crossfire on the tanks in the mid.
Yeah, this is a really strange situation. TIE 5 is the only tank in real danger here by Fest. The rest of them should hold their position, but they're actually abandoning the hill. Are they panicking here?
Yeah, I'm not sure on this play by Fest at the moment. They're leaving that one guy on the hill and they're not really supporting him. CSA could actually take that control, and that leaves Fest not in a great position because they've lost the hill and they haven't really been able to dig out the CSA tanks in the mid.
HP is close here, but Fest has 4 guys down while the CSA has 3, and I would say the overall HP disposition is better over the CSA side. Like, they can share the HP much better.
Yeah, so Fest at the moment is just a bit of a trading fight here with CSA in the middle. They haven't really grouped up enough to quite push them. I can see they're trying to encroach in, but CSA has a bit of a crossfire on the 2-3 line that they've managed to take back with 2 heavies, and the hill fight going on here at the moment.
Yeah, Sebastian is gonna fall, that's for sure. So the hill is now controlled by Fest. HP is still similar, but there is a really different kind of battle down in the field.
Yeah, so CSA is actually kind of entangled here, but at the same time Fest can't really push into them, so it's a bit of a stalemate. I think the hill is actually what's going to make the difference right now. That Batchat should be able to go from the hill, maybe into the cap or something. That's something that CSA can't defend right now. And
or he can backstab someone in the back.
And in the meantime, the guys that were coming off the hill it's a 50B on full HP. Like, that's a game changer right there. That's all of Fest's HP. They need to get that into the fight right now.
Okay, this is important moment. Like, there is a cap pressure coming here for CSA. Couple of tanks are coming behind the church, and they're providing a cover, so the guys from the hill cannot have an impact. So that leaves more or less only those 3 Vs that you can see on 2 or 3 line that can come to DK, but Super Conqueror is also on the way to prevent them. This is really going well for CSA at the moment. Close game, but they have the definite advantage.
I think Fest played really slowly here because they've actually allowed CSA to take over the south, and in the meantime they took over the 2 line, but this doesn't really give them any advantage because their base isn't there. So now Fest is just going to have to YOLO their HP, and there's no way to reset.
Okay, there is a reset, but there is only on Daki. Daki is on E3, and he can actually sustain it, and he can take out the first opponent. 2 seconds left. Both of the guys that are actually holding the cap are behind the church. They will not be able to reach them in a time.
And that's the first round going to CSA. Nice play actually there at the end. They just realized, hang on a second, we can just over-push these remaining tanks from Fest. They only had, I think, 2 or 3 maybe on the 2 line that remained back. So they just pushed through them, took the base, and then stacked it.
I would say it was a bit messy.
It was messy, oh for sure.
I would say
messy,
it was a bit messy, and there was a hesitation in one moment by both teams. Like, everyone who played against Fest, they know that Fest likes to play fast. They like to play a lot on counterattacks. Let's say to limit the tactics and go for the reaction. CSA in this moment, they reacted well when they were pushed by a lot of forces, but then after that, in one moment, they were completely stuck. And they were forced to do some split rotations to counterattack that big mass of tanks of Fest. And I don't think Fest actually, I think they didn't respond well in that moment. Until then, they could cope with the losses and whatever happened, but in that moment, they stopped and they lost momentum.
Yeah, split forces, you really need a lot of experience and control to understand how you can move them, because as soon as you move them too far away, you're going to lose somewhere else, and you need to be able to manage that. And Fest didn't really manage that so well. Like, they lost their base, sure, and they tried to take 3-line, but they didn't take the 3-line.
It's not easy. It's on 7-on-7, God forbid, on 15-on-15
exactly.
to make sure everyone does what they need to. But that will be a challenge also in Moscow, so we'll see. One team has to actually pass to there.
Yeah, both teams had some issues with that, so no clear... Well, we have the round winner obviously being CSA. There was no clear advantage given to anyone, and that was quite a sloppy round. So we'll have to see now once they swap over and go to the opposing sides.
Well, we will see when CSA is defending, but we do have two strong tacticians in the team, and one being Dakilzor and other being Sakalito, so both of them are very versed, long years behind them in every aspect of this game, so West will have to show us more than just reactions in this kind of games, and definitely if they try to split up over the map, it's gonna have to be more cohesive.
Yeah, and Himmelsdorf is very much based on your opening play. Fest, their opening play, I didn't really see it too much. Like, they held the lower side and they clearly wanted to go for the hill, but their hill play, like, they didn't over-push the hill when they clearly could have, you know, and they moved up enough tanks that got spotted. There was no reason
that's
to get anyone
what I asked,
spotted.
like, was that a panic call in one moment? Because on one moment you saw on the rail, they did a really good damage on the 430U. They dropped him on 400 HP, Sigo, from the start of the game. But they didn't see the push on time. They lost some tanks. And their reaction, like, how much will they go away from the hill and how many tanks will push down, was not really cohesive. Like, they pushed well down from the hill, it was aggressive, it was as it should be. You need to chase those tanks, you need to kill them. But the guys staying on hill, I don't think in that moment they did, because they were going a bit up and then down and then back up. And that's a huge waste of time. And
even when they were running from the 2-line as well, their 279 got dropped on the run when he should have just stayed in his position, do 3-4 shots of damage.
What kind of tank is 279 in your experience? I haven't played it myself.
It's sort of like a mobile, it's like an IS-4 with more speed, is kind of how, with more DPM as well, way more DPM, where it can actually, it's decent for holding a position, sure. I'm not sure exactly why they're picking it, but I mean, they obviously have the reasons, they thought about this, but he tried to run back from the position and just died completely.
Maybe it was just a fashion moment, I have it.
maybe
because no one is playing on like Wargaming accounts, it's their own accounts.
Yes.
They're playing on, so you play with what you have. Maybe the guy just wants to, I have it, bling bling.
So we can actually take a look at the damage dealt in that round, and we can see where the key plays came out of. The first thing I'm noticing as well, you know, the 430U being dropped from Fest on oh no, sorry, that was from Fest, not from CSA. 430U from CSA also did 1k actually, which is more than I thought. But 50B for
it's like 2 shots for him.
Yeah, 50B, you should never see a 50B, no matter who it is or what position it's in. 2 shots of damage is never good enough.
Yeah, Froley, that's actually surprising. Froley is one of the better players for CSA. To take out only those, like, he's one of the better players in Batshot if you think about it. Unji, well, he did his clip, I would say, on a hill, but he was taken out because that's not really grateful position. Once you get pushed, you are done. There is no running away.
So where was CSA using this E3? That was on the 8-line. No, they had a 113 side scrape in there.
Yeah, they had no E3.
They did have an E3. CSA had Ducky in the E3.
CSA, yes, but Ducky pushed from other line.
So he pushed the 3-line.
I think he went through the middle with the rest of them.
Oh, okay. So, well, I mean, it was effective. Like, it's a very good way to punch a hole in something is to push an E3 down and follow it up with a few tanks.
Because all of the 113s went through the rail, and I really haven't seen Ducky's position in a start, so I can't vouch for it. But I think he actually went through the middle with the rest of the tanks.
Yeah, and then that's a great hold on their cap circle later on, so actually worked out quite well for them. So we should be just getting ready for the second round. So this is a attack defense format, so they play one time from each side. So we saw one time Fest on the south, now they're going to play from the north, and CSA from the south. So we can see, like the hill control, for example, from the south, you've actually got really nice hill control. I'm wondering, will CSA use that now? Because Fest, I feel like they didn't properly use it. They got, I think, 3 tanks spotted for no reason whatsoever. Like, they had control over the Batchat.
They maybe even wanted to show them.
I don't think so.
Because you can show a couple of tanks. Yeah, but you can show a couple of tanks and you can hide the others with which you are actually attacking.
But wouldn't it be better to just hide them all? Because obviously to show tanks, it's to bait a push. But the push worked out quite well for CSA initially because they tried to run a 279 back, which just died instantly when he could have done you know, 2000 damage or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think there was a viable spot on rails by them. Like when that 430U came deep down, they all went back, the 3 tanks that were holding it, and that pretty much costed them some momentum. Same as that momentum on the hill when they were hesitating how to split and who goes where by the fest. But as you said, like this is a best of 5. It's 1-0 for CSA now. CSA will swap the role now and they will be defending. And as soon as those guys are ready, we will go into the battle.
Yeah, so I think it was. I don't think it was intentional that those guys got spotted. I think that's just showing a bit of inexperience in some of their players, that they don't understand as much about the getting spotted and how the enemy will react to that. Because as soon as CSA saw a couple of tanks in the hill, they went, "We can push the 1-2 line," and they were correct.
Interesting is in like new Himmelsdorf after the patch should actually have some of these things rebalanced a little. So as far as I read it, there are not big rebalances. Did you pay attention to that? Do you see it?
I looked at a few of them, and there was a rebalance from the north side hill. I think it's getting bushes removed.
It's mainly from the upper side, but also from the rail side. So you cannot snipe from the south side where Fest was. You cannot snipe as easily when they're passing.
And the key thing is actually, if you remember where Unji was playing, or not Unji, who was playing the CSA Batchat on the hill? I don't remember, but wherever that CSA Batchat was, he has to fully expose to make that spot, where Fest just had to do a little peek because of the rubble. So there's actually going to be a rubble put where that Batchat was, so he can actually do full spots the whole time, and it's not going to be easy to push him out. That's the key change for me, because there's so much going over that hill where it's based around how well your Batchat can spot that, because as soon as he gets pushed down, you don't have any info unless you put a heavy there. And if you're putting a heavy there, you can't move the heavy later on. You know that Super Conk is going to be sitting there on the hill 5 minutes into the game, because he's not going to be able to just run around and, you know, flank and everything. So you actually have the advantage there on the south side, where you can use Wheezies, you can use 50B, they can come off the hill if they need. You don't actually need a Super Conk, you can just peek with your Batchat.
Yeah, I think it was Unji playing it, as far as I remember, because usually if he's not, it's then Frolly, and Frolly was on 50B. We were commenting how much damage he didn't do. So, I don't know, any moment when these guys get ready, we're gonna switch to them until you're stuck with us.
Any predictions from Fest? Maybe a full YOLO now? They did like kind of a slow play positional, and
well, Fest
that was a bit unlike them.
Well, Fest has to attack now. Like, I would really not give them credit of playing slow. They should not. They should play on their strengths and try to force fast-paced game where they can actually surprise CSA and try not to manage to surprise themselves in the process. That's the
there's always the issue
part.
Of when you play such a fast game, you lose track of it yourself, and then it just becomes a big, you know, mess of everybody shooting randomly and just doing pushes all over the place, and that's really where player experience comes down. And I think that
to
might
be honest,
be in the hands of CSA.
Current meta is faster, much faster than you used to be before. Even these tier 10 games, they are like not dragged on. Like camping doesn't give you anything. You must get map control if you want to win any better team.
Especially on Himmelsdorf of all maps. Which we'll be able to see now as the teams are finally ready. They have swapped sides, and this is the second round in CSA versus Fest.
And off we go, boys and girls. The countdown is on. Frolly in the first screen. As we were mentioning him, better game for you, bro. We know that three gun marks were earned fair and square. Let's see the lineups. Sakalito is actually playing a mouse, and we have a Type 5. Also, that's it about super heavies.
From Fest in particular, they've gone triple type now.
But they went quite heavier, yeah. So that says a lot, that they will have a presence of the tanks on 8 line.
So we'll just see the initial positions. Unji has a much better spawn here from the south to go through the 8 line passage rather than to go to the south as he might usually. In the meantime, Fest sending just a Batchat, I think, with the 50B to support on the hill. So they want to play a lot more on the 1-2 line with all their WZs.
One visit going aggressive in the 8 line, he's crossing to the field. When he crosses from this side, it definitely means they will not play aggressive on the hill, because he cannot be covered from the hill then. And a lot of tanks will be on 1-2-3 line because they are needed to actually cover that guy.
So we can see there's actually a...
Oh, Sweetman is taking a decent damage and he's tracked here, but Mlody is not panning with his TD. So it's only Nevertard in 50B who managed to do some damage on him, and that gives an info to CSA exactly. And there was even a blind shot here. I don't think he was spotted in that 50B.
The 50B was not spotted. It was only a track though.
That was Saka in his mouse shooting from the back. Sneaky.
So yeah, a bit of a well, not a stalemate, but Fest's push has been shut down a little bit now with this 268 kind of covering all the spots
More
there.
progression from VZs. Now we have two of them in the middle field, as you can see, and they're slowly progressing on 2 and 3 line, getting the grasp of the maps. CSA, on the other hand, has put a lot of tanks up on a hill, and they are not spotted.
Yeah, we need to take a look at these guys in the hill right now. There's a, what is that, triple WZ or quad WZ moving across the hill, taking all the control. They're all spotted right now as they cross on the low side, so they're gonna, I think, just hold the positions. They're not gonna push down.
They can snipe the guys that are passing down and help to the 57 object 268. The question is now, they're definitely leaving that mouse. Sakalito is staying, he's like foot to the ground, man, and he's like, you shall not pass on that K3 position.
Yeah, this is forcing Fest into a push, and we can see that on the 1-2 line. They're 50B coming forward, 268, types, everything is coming forward on that 1-2 line. Going to try and push it out from CSA, but CSA has a lot of HP on this position. A mouse here, something that is basically the best tank you can pick to hold this position. Obviously, they're expecting something like this, and he's actually going to be supported by 2 WZs. I think they'll be in time before he gets pushed out.
Oh la la, but not when you are shot in a side like this. And there is a couple of tanks coming back from the hill to support him immediately. 268 is also backing out, but Sweetman is losing a lot of HP. I think he's caught off guard too early. I don't think he should be losing that much.
I really like this from CSA. They've got their tanks in the position and they've supported them just in time to completely block the Fest push. There's nowhere that Fest can obviously push out right now. There's going to be a lot of individual skill going on, but there's also sniping coming in from the hill on CSA, so they can't make any plays over the field. So it's all going to have to happen in where they have their high HP. These T57s, Mouse, backed up by WZs, 50B, like, how can you push into that as Fest?
Well, Roman is dead, so there is a gap in their opening for sure. 57 is tracked, so he cannot really clip on Nevertard in his 50B. But the main bulk of forces of CSA is still behind the mouse, so they can attack upper or lower street, depending what they choose. And they chose to go up, so they can actually help out to 57 and clear that road.
And CSA is actually making a bit of a counter push here on the middle street, where two of their WZ and 50B have actually come forward. Now they're fighting Lodi in the 268, and they will actually clip. Oh, Daki just taking all his HP, but the WZ still full. He should be able to finish off as they push around from the south road as well. Fest a bit on the retreat, even though they were the one doing this push.
Yeah, Fest is actually losing at the moment. They lost 3 tanks. It looked well for them in the start, but now the pressure from CSA and the ground control, the crossfires they're creating is much better. You can see that they're much more fluid at movements on the map and choosing where to actually strike, where is the weakest point of Fest, and it works out, man. Look at this, 7k HP advantage and a couple of tanks.
No, this was a really nice hold by CSA. They've managed to completely re-push it now after they've stopped the push. They've just got the heavier vehicles, simple as that, and they've also got this crossfire from the hill holding all these mid positions, so all their tanks remain safe there. Really nice stuff. Fest just not being given an option. They tried their push, couldn't do it fast enough.
And you can see the coordination within CSA is way better, because communication after first info, what they see and what to do, is just going quite well.
Yeah, so Fest really just trying to hang on to their last few HPs. Radim on full HP, maybe he can do a full clip just for some damage stats at the end if he plays it right. But that's going to be all she wrote on this round, and the first 2 rounds going to CSA on Himmels. Is that something we'd sort of expect? I think. I mean, I'd give an advantage before I saw this match. I'd give the 2 rounds to CSA on Himmels.
Yeah, I believe CSA would be a better team on this map, but still, you always have to give credit to teams like Fest. Like they can surprise you. But I would say, for them, the higher chance would be some more open map. And from the map pool, I can see they picked. There are 2 very closed map, so I don't know why did they do it like that.
Yeah. So we'll see Sand River next. A lot more open map. We'll probably see a little bit of RT in there as well. A lot more on the rotations. Himmels, there's like, it is on rotations for sure, but there's a lot of individual skill that comes down to it. CSA had a better skill like that. They had a better reaction. Sand River, they can do a little bit more, I don't know, positional gameplay. Maybe they can figure something out there. But again, CSA kind of has the advantage on that.
Well, CSA here, by far, because they're defending team, they didn't have to attack. They didn't send any 2 offensive vehicles up ahead. They always kept, as far as I saw, reserve force, like 3 or 4 tanks, made mainly in like 1 or 2 50Bs and VZs that can rotate left and right fast. They used an anchor in that mouse,
yeah,
and he played really well.
Yeah, that anchor was perfect. I mean, he
Yeah.
baited in the full attack. They couldn't push him out, and then before you know it, he's backed up by some WZs.
When people watch games like this, it's not about tanks you pick. It's actually what you do about them. Like, someone can try to copy pasta someone's tactic and take the same tanks, send them to same position. But it's just like a opening hand. Like, what will you do after that? After that is all about EFCs, and then, as we said, like they have Daki, they have Saka, even Sigo, who is leading also there. Couple of more guys that used to play the Gold League, so the experience is by far on their side.
Yeah, you could see actually in the CSA tactic, it was very much in their interest for Fest to push the 1-2 line. They had set up for it, you know,
Yes.
they had the 57 down there, they had the mouse, everything you need on that position, and then they push these guys on the hill. Not too many, it was 3 tanks, and they can move 1 or 2 back afterwards. They hold this position, they take the hill, they know it can't really be retaken, because who's going to leave like 6 Weezheads to retake the hill on the ramp from the north? You're just not going to do that.
And the thing is, you cannot really YOLO swag from upper side the hill unspotted, because there is simply no way to hide it. You can only do it from defender side, which was played by CSA.
Yeah.
So they could split their forces left and right, and if Fest actually wanted to, only weak spot on this defense would be the hill. They would still be spotted, and you can still run away and relocate and redo your defense all over again.
Yeah.
I would say only weakness of this kind of tournaments is because you actually don't have any kind of fog of war. So when you're loading into the battle, it is a clan war format, you are attacking, and it's the same rule like that. But you see the enemy lineup. That does take for me a little bit of that surprise. Like, you know, that spunk that can be used against the team just based on your pick and some surprise push. Because here, when you see tanks like we did, like, oh, you have TIE 5s, you have this, you have that, you can pretty much guess what's going to happen if you're good.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take the smartest person in the world to figure out where that mouse is going to be. He's going to be somewhere on the 2 line. Like, you wouldn't use him in the mid because you'd pick a super conk, you'd pick a type to trade. You put the mouse where you want to block something. So when they go, and when Fest goes to push the 1-2 line with all their Weezheads, pushing out a mouse like that, who's obviously going to be supported, it takes time. And they didn't have time right there, because they had to make that push. Because these guys from CSA that were on the hill, the whole time they're shooting down on the hold down positions of Fest in the mid.
They actually made time to take entire hill, to fire a few shells, and then return and
then
support mouse.
Exactly. So they bought themselves so much time on that. It was a really nice tactic, to be fair. And even just looking at the damage here, we can see exactly where it came out from the CSA side. Top damage being the T57.
Oh, that 57 did really well in that little small passage.
It's the perfect tank for this kind of position. You don't really need too much speed, but it has enough to move around the buildings. You've got the clip that's clipping out 2 seconds. You out trade 50 Bs. You wreck Weezheads.
You have heat ammo.
You have the heat, which...
And the turret actually can bounce some shells.
Look,
he actually blocked 1300 damage.
Yeah, that's really nice. That's where it's got the advantage over the 50B in that it's just unloading quicker, it's soaking more. Perfect for those close-range city environments. And even the mouse, with Saka doing almost 3k damage, perfect on that position.
He was in really good position, and he did some really good opening damage while they were approaching, which is quite important.
Yeah.
And only 1500 blocked. Well, I guess. You know, people know to shoot mouse
Well,
you
don't want to shoot the mouse too much. Because the point is, every shot you're using on that mouse, you're not using on a WZ or a 50B, which is more valuable in the late game.
He was really covered.
Exactly.
So whenever you pick on him, you would take shots back in this kind of the game. So again, a good gameplay by CSA, much better than the attack. I would say maybe the first game, you know how it goes with first games, you are a bit nervous and you need to go into it, into the flow. So let's see what's going to happen on next map. Next map will be, as far as I know, the Sand River.
Yeah, Sand River.
So much fast-paced map, something that could be better for Fest, but still, let us not forget, Sand River is highly tactical map.
Yeah.
Like, it's all about rotations here. If you miss a rotation here for 10 seconds, 15 seconds, you're done. You can lose a certain positions and you're cooked. That's it.
Yeah, that's the thing with a lot more of a larger map. Himmels is a kind of small map. When you go to Sand River, which is the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer, your movement matters a lot.
Yeah.
And your timing matters. If you're 10 seconds too late, you're not going to be able to help your teammate in time. You're going to lose that position. And that's really important stuff, is having the ability to make that instant decision, instant call. Even if it mightn't necessarily be the best call, you need to make it quickly, because you don't have time to mess around. You're going to lose positions the more the more you sit there and you don't do anything.
I'm going to just quickly change it here for us to... I must say also, I really like with the last patch when this change on F1 came about the attacker's cap,
you know? It?
Yeah, man, because like previously you were when you're defending, you send a spotter and you always see those guys and you can shoot them with RT, and if they're not careful, you can put an STRV or something else and you can do free damage. Like now you can't. You actually have to work for it. Well, so it's like a bit more balanced.
Yes and no. I think this F1 position is like too powerful, because from the south you can only kind of do it with the spotter. But from the north, you can put Weezheads there, you can put STRV, 268, you can put a type there, I've seen.
But it's very vulnerable. It's not like it used to be when you were boosting tanks. Like, this is actually very vulnerable. It can be shot from several angles.
Well, no, it cannot be shot from several angles. But enough about that, because we're actually going into the game now. CSA versus Fest on Sand River. This is round 3, CSA leading 2-0 at the moment.
Let us see. We have double RT for Fest. Fest is actually defending here on Sand River. You can see them on South Spawn. And CSA is attacking double RT again. Saka is playing the light here as far as I can see. Another one would be Nahl. I haven't seen him play the light before.
Yeah, double RT be fairly typical, I think, for Sand River. I mean, if you take one and the enemy has 2 RT, it's kind of possible to counterplay it because you're just dealing twice as much artillery damage, which is key. So we can see both of the lights now doing their opening
There was
spots.
also one thing I didn't like from attacker side. If you want to put RT as example on G1, there was no way. Like you would always get spotted by a light if they do aggressive spot. And
Yeah.
CSA actually knows how to do that. I've seen them once or
Yeah,
twice.
and you can do it safe now. But I think moving the RTs there is not beneficial anyway, to be honest, unless you're doing it
course.
late game.
But I'm saying, if you want, it's risky. There is a usual spot on upper side of the map, Nalo and YOLO Warrior.
That's a pretty good spot from CSA as well. He spotted out the 2 EZs going in the middle. He spotted 1 or 2 guys in the base, I think, as well.
There is RT shells coming in, like, ooh, you can see a nice amount of tanks getting stunned. Not so much by damage as far as I can see.
Yeah, so right now CSA just holding on the north, a bit kind of passive there, but that's where their key force is right now. They've got 907s, they've got WZs, that's their push force. Like, you're not going to see too many rotations coming out from everyone else, you know, just maybe changing a few positions.
As far as I can see, by these
you need to watch out.
positions, CSA is playing positional. They are working on RT, and they just have set of forces for counterattack. Like, they can push if they want,
Yeah.
but mainly they are set up, if someone pushes them from upper side of the map, they can defend it.
Yeah,
and that's it.
From south side as well, they can defend it. These 907s can run away, no problem at all, and then they meet up with the WZs and the 907s sort of somewhere in the middle.
The only blind weakness I could see is if maybe there is some really crazy approach from the middle and you can spot the artists.
Yeah.
But it's really hard. It's really hard to survive something like that with a light, and it's a huge risk. And in this kind of map, if you lose a light for something like a blind gambit like that, you can lose a game easily.
Yeah, this is a very kind of typical Sand River game. It's more like looking for the advantage. You know, you get some spots out, you get some RT hits out, maybe you shave a little HP off here and there, and you just try and gain something that your opponent doesn't have, and then you need to capitalize on it.
Okay,
So
they chased away the lights from Fest as far as I can see from the middle. You can see I7 is placed instead of the light for CSA, and they are pressing up steadily with the mediums now, keeping the VZs in the back. So there is a push force there. They're gonna probably try to work with RTs on those guys up.
Yeah, I think it's actually important that they spotted out those 2 WZs at the beginning of the match because they know they're on the north.
Oh, they're gonna be in a
And they
huge
don't have a
problem now.
rotation. Fest doesn't have a big rotation for the south. They have a slow rotation, you know. They have like Super Conk, STRV, stuff like this.
And bunch of guys stuck in the base. It's very
Yeah.
passive defense they have at the moment.
Yeah, I think they're actually gonna. They could get out-rotated here in the later game because CSA, they don't have to fully commit here on the north. They can take the positions and they can move some of them back. You can see right now, there's just no way for this Batchat to continue getting info anymore. So they've essentially lost this position. This Batchat is here only for a spot at this point.
Oh, that's damage he didn't have to take. I was actually expecting Arti to
And
be
an RT
pre-aimed
hit,
on Janek
yeah.
already. So
That was a 500 hit by RT. That was really nice.
I think it was not.
No,
he
took
was
one-
shot
he
by
took-
medium.
He took 1 from medium, 1 from RT. So that'll be about 900.
But I
which is-
expected, like, when Janek was spotted first time, he will actually immediately be shot by Arti. So I was a bit disappointed there, but he had some luck in
Yeah,
that
but
regard.
this Batchat is dead weight now at that position in the north, you know.
Yeah.
And on the south here, we can see they're just holding. You know, they've got 2 907s back in the F1 position, like we mentioned. They have a spot in the mid with the light. They have a spot on the south with the light. They have their 2 RTs in support and an STRV aiming. So south is quite solid in my eyes.
Yeah. Okay. What's the catch here at the moment now? Now the RT from CSA can work, but that requires spotting. Like someone actually has to spot and risk their neck for counterattack by RT, of course, by Fest. So if you want to do damage to those VZs, you have to keep them proxied from safe positions, work with RT, and in that regard, Fest then has to do rotations from other side of the map and try to get some advantage there, so they have some breathing room.
Yeah, I think this is a completely intentional hold from Fest here because they have these 2 WZs stuck in the ditch, supported by some guys in the base. They
Cannot leave them.
Yeah, it seems like they didn't even want to try to make a rotation because sending them there from the beginning, unless you played the north with more tanks, it's not really the best idea. You know, you do it with something faster.
But
And
as a-
WZ's fast enough, but
As you can see, it will pay off eventually because they are keeping an eye on those 2 VZs and they are trying to face imminent rotation from CSA. They know that CSA will not suicide from the top of the hill. That would be a pure suicide, of course. Getting shot from the base for
I think
nothing.
they'd win if they did it, to be honest. But CSA is actually just going for the full rotate, which they can do as well. They've got the options here.
You think they would crash them if they pushed zero line and middle?
I think they could relocate their RTs to a point where they can click them and then just lower the HP of the WZs a little bit, and then I think they could just drop on them and they will kill them instantly. I mean, it's not the easy play, which is why you see them doing the big rotate, you know?
It's definitely not an easy play.
No, the hard play is maybe to go head in, but you could do it. It's still an option that Fest cannot ignore. So
Probably
they have to
took
keep
a lot
aiming
of
it.
damage in that I7 on the middle, guys. He's on 400 HP. He had to repair. He also lost a commander in one moment. Light is playing from the upper middle side, so he will try to keep a spot on the enemy base from there, but the main rotation by mediums is coming definitely from the K line. But look at this disposition of the fast tanks. It does look like they're expecting exactly that. And there is only one guy as a sacrificial lamb, that's a 907, Radim.
Yeah, the key thing here is also the countdown as well. You know, we're about 4.5 minutes. CSA is not going to have time to do a full rotate, so these 907s we see on the south are basically going to stay on the south. That's their key area. You can
Good
see
connections on Radim
yeah,
here.
RT out Radim just to lower his HP, and then they should just be able to overpush him, or maybe kill him with RT in the next salvo if they both hit.
Well, there is advantageous position here for CSA tanks because once they push somewhere down to K5, they can pretty much shoot Radim from a cooldown and combine it with RT, but only fast RT can actually challenge them there.
Yeah, they're actually going to lose a lot of information here on the south because they'll have only the T100 now once Radim drops. So the question is now, I think CSA is going to just drop over with everything and just push in. Radim will be deleted instantly, as we see here. And CSA not pushing on, maybe pushing on. They seemed undecided, but they're actually going to continue to push on now and take all the positions because they know Fest can't rotate. Fest has to defend this now.
In the other hand, the I7 we're talking about in the upper middle part of the map died, so they actually took him out. There is no cooldown position for CSA there, but Light came back and they are keeping the spot. So by the map control you can see clearly that CSA at the moment is controlling about 3/4 of the map or even more.
And that's really important on Sand River because some of these positions here in the middle actually provide crossfires onto the base. So it's not so easy that Fest can just wait on these positions and stay on them because they also have two artilleries who have better angles and better shots shooting down on them the whole time. And only 3 minutes remaining though. That's a lot of HP to get rid of for CSA, you know, they still have to push out these positions at some stage of the game.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, Fest is actually keeping their HP okay in this game. They still have the advantage and the time is ticking, so that's going well for them. What's going bad for them is they're really losing a vast amount of map control. So it's only a question, will CSA be able to actually break it out with the aggressive push?
Yeah, CSA is actually moving away basically all the control from the north because they understand how important it is to get that control more towards the mid and towards the south. And they're actually moving some 907s in close, I guess maybe to proxy for RTs just to hold the position because they're actually going to spot out the STRV. Once they drop, then they can make this push on the south because now they're not getting sniped and losing HP anymore.
Okay, Daki and Anji are here in the hole. They're trying to make a pressure on these mediums and there will be a parallel push here from the K line. They're gonna get them in a crossfire. Time is really ticking. 2 minutes 24 seconds here.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good push from CSA. You can see the clear mythology in it. They knocked out the snipers and then they made their push in. That saved them a lot of HP, which is going to be really important when you have to push in.
4,000 HP advantage here for Fast still. Fast is still holding their ground. They still have the numbers, so the crossfire and things that they don't have to do, and that is attack, is actually working well for them at the moment.
There's still 2 minutes left to kill all these Fest tanks. I'm not sure is it going to be enough though. CSA seems to have lost too much HP on their push. It's run out of steam and Fest has actually managed to defend it. The north doesn't even really matter at this point. And the RTs are actually going to drop. Both RTs will probably die to the light in the base, so they don't even have that going for them.
Oh, you're like a crystal ball. They are going to win.
Well, Fest, even as defender, they didn't do anything and they didn't have to. They held enough positions. You know, well, I mean, they borderline held enough positions. I think this is a bit more of a, not a misplay from CSA, but maybe less efficient play from CSA that lost them this more than anything because they played quite well. Like, they played the positions, they got what they needed, and then their push was pretty decent, so...
I would say, like, Sand River is actually really hard map to break, and it takes a lot of damage down to the enemy. Also, let's not forget, this is a 10-minute format, not 15, so this is like a mixture between Clan Wars and Advances, let's say it like that. But all in all, Fast stood their ground. They did damage when it counted here in last moments. They didn't panic, they didn't do any unneeded rotation, and they won by it. On the other hand, as you said, we will never know if CSA actually gathered up, worked on those visits and pushed from the other side. The game might have went a different way. But we will never know, because we will not know what will the Fast response be in that moment.
Yeah, I think the Fest play there with the two WZs in that hole was actually really smart, because that hole is completely RT safe, unless the RTs go to the perfect position with the maximum distance to get the shells to drop in. So they knew that they'd have those WZs there, and I guess they figured out that CSA will play the rotation rather than the drop-in, because that drop-in is something they'll never have done before. and you need, you know, a lot of confidence going into that of how you can actually play that and how everyone needs to go, because just dropping in, killing tanks instantly and then moving to different positions, not so easy to do when they would have trained the rotate. Or not trained it, but they would have at least prepared about how they need to rotate.
Well, we can also think about one more thing. Like CSA has a luxury at the moment, being leading 2-0 on the first map, so taking the entire first map, they can say, okay, we might win or might not win attack here, we will still have defense on Sand River, which will be advantageous for us, and we can just go on the next map if it doesn't work.
Yeah, so I think the hold actually was a lot smarter from Fest than I thought it was initially because of those WZs. And they had good control with the batch. I mean, lost a bit of HP, but they had decent control with the batch out, and they didn't really commit any more tanks because they know that they didn't need to. So then they could stack the south a lot heavier. So once CSA eventually tried to push into it, which they kind of had to push somewhere, they pushed into a lot more guns maybe than they were expecting.
Yeah, we can see the damage later by the guys, how they did in the game. But I was actually surprised in one moment, as I told you on the start, that there was a bit of a lack of coordination between Arty and the guys. When they spotted the Bacha, there was no immediate shells going for him.
Less than 5k from the Arties from CSA. It feels like kind of low for me for a Sand River game, having played a bit of Sand River Arty myself. 2.5 and 2k, it's not really what you need. You know, you need 3+. You need 3+.
Yeah, Fest did about 6k between themselves, so of course better. And
with worse positions. Arty has worse position on the east, particularly when you're defending in a kind of turtle mode like Fest was. You know, they didn't have a lot of positions. They weren't making a lot of spots. They were just kind of holding what they had and then losing it and trying to gain HP off that. CSA, you know, when you have the attacking Arty like that, you can choose. We can choose we want to Arty this position, and then you need to delete the tanks on that position. You know, you can't just be moving around doing spots all over the place. So yeah, some coordination on the spotters to the Arty there maybe was required, especially dual shooting with Arty. You can do twice as much damage. Imagine if 2 Arties had hit that bat in the north. Would have dropped him to
Imagine if they actually shot him the first time he was spotted. That's what I was like. I was actually surprised he got away, and then he came back, and then he received damage when he came back. So that was the part that surprised me. But never again, like in this kind of format, mistakes happen, but you pay them, and you don't always necessarily pay them just with health. You pay them with time. Every RT has a reload of 40 seconds. You have to re-aim if you're going for other things. It's a huge waste of time. If you think the game lasts only 10 minutes, you have a very limited window of opportunity how much you can work on people. Also, once they get spotted on some position, of course they're not gonna come back there like 5 times to get shot. Like, hey, come on, shoot me again, shoot me again, shoot me again.
Well, as much as everyone loves hearing about RTs, I guess we can just maybe talk about the next map, but you know what they can do now, because we saw one really smart round from CSA. Their hold on Himmels was really nice. We saw one really smart round here from Fest, and just kind of outthinking each other. We've had a bit of back and forth on that. Maybe we'll see it again with the Sand River attack. Fest now has to do an attack. I guess they can YOLO push. Sand River is a YOLO push map. You can do that.
You can, but the problem is also here, as we said, there is no fog of war. If you pick up 15 tanks without RT, they will know.
Well,
if you pick up
they
only
can take
one
a
RT,
standard lineup and you can still YOLO push with it. Because they will be going to standard positions, CSA. You can imagine they'll pick some standard positions, and you can just push it out with 3, 4 907s, maybe 5.
But that's what I'm saying, like, you never know. In this kind of thing, you can do a really good estimated guess. If you see team having only one RT and hyper amount of 277s and 907s as example, you know what's going to happen. They're not going to wait there for the entire time for your 2 RT to pound them like for 5 minutes, and then you will push with half HP. So that takes a little bit of element of surprise, and you can take different positions as defender then. So I would say like this kind of games actually favor defenders a bit.
In a sense. I mean, you've got that, but again, as the defender, sometimes there's that mindset of just turtling a little too much.
Yeah, the time is working for you.
Yeah, the time is working for you, but as well, as a defender, your RTs on Sand River don't do as much damage typically if there's a well-coordinated RT, so you can get the initial advantage actually quite a lot with the RTs and spotters. And then if you have that YOLO push setup, you don't have to use it in the first minute, but you can use it maybe 6, 7, 8 minutes into the game. And if you know that the enemy is kind of turtled enough that you can push them out, doing like a 2.5, I'd say 2.5 is the minimum amount of minutes you need, but doing like a 3-minute push right at the end can work out really well. So you take like a full fast setup and you actually kind of camp with it, and it works both ways.
No, this is what CSA actually tried. They did a relatively fast push on upper side of the map, but the rotation is what killed them at the end. But there we go. This is 2-1 for CSA still, and we are going to the next game here, where Fest will be attacking on Sand River and CSA will be defending.
So the two of them have swapped sides now, so no more Arty's out from Fest, actually, as the attacker. I guess they do just want to go for a push, be a bit more typical of their kind of game style from what we've seen.
We totally didn't mention it at all.
No, we never mentioned it, and a big load of 907s and WZs to do that.
One light tank, two Bachats, that's a lot of leverage they can do from upper side of the map, as example, if they want to pressure the lower with the single shooters.
Yeah, so the information from CSA is going to be absolutely crucial at the moment, because they need to know where this push is coming from, because that dictates all the positions they're going to use. So watching the CSA lights here is going to be really important to see how they play.
Alea jacta est, or the dice was thrown. So let's see which way will the Fest go, because they cannot really do that educated guess. Fest is actually splitting three-way.
Well, on Sound River, you know, it's kind of got 4 corridors rather than 3, as will be typical on most maps. Well, corridors we call them. It's pretty open, but it's kind of got 4 avenues of attack. So Fest is just going for the insta take on the north. They're not wasting any time. They just want to take all of these northern positions and actually kind of, I guess they want to push out because they have too many tanks. I don't know. I'm not sure on their tank setup, because they've tanks quite evenly spread. Normally you put some to hold the position and then you push with the rest on the other one. But here they actually have quite a lot of splits. So actually I think they just want to hold CSA, restrict CSA into the corner as much as they can, and then just maybe farm down their HP.
Let's see how will this actually go, because CSA is effectively hiding their tanks, same as Fest was. There is a push on Sigo here, but there is huge amount of tanks, and Art is already pre-aimed. This is what I've said in previous game. This is a position where you're favored if someone is actually putting a spotter on K4. But if enemy doesn't have Arty, as Fest doesn't have a single one, you can keep him exactly here where Sigo is, where you have a good cooldown, and your entire team is covering your back.
Yeah, I think even if they had a push set up and they have a full intention to push, they should still take the 1 Arty, at least, to just be able to shoot Sigo a bit.
There is no one to harass this position now.
Yeah, so he's just going to spot there now, and he's just going to spot.
He's never going to peek, he's not going to try
exactly.
to shoot, like
and
that would be a Rambo.
And in the meantime, he's got 2 guys sitting in the corner doing damage for him. And you can see damage going out, stuns going out. That's allowing actually CSA to make a re-push, which is the last thing you want to do when you do a full map control.
Look, there is also parallel fight, I would say maybe even more important fight on upper side of the map, where Janek actually died. Both Bachats actually died for a Fest. And 907s that were alone there, they're covered by sniper from the base. They're actually winning that side. That's very important and crucial, because if they survive, they can shoot the tanks from Fest in the back who are trying to enter the base.
This is a really nice push by CSA on the south here, because they know they going through the dunes, they can't be shot from the mid, so that kind of locks out some of the Fest tanks out of the battle. They're actually able to push out these guys in the south relatively safely, a lot safer they would otherwise. So they're actually going to get these control positions back on the south. Meanwhile, they've left a lot of tanks in the base, so that it's very difficult for Fest to actually take the base.
Saka is finally down, but it doesn't really matter at this point. The HP is similar, but I would say that tank numbers say it all. CSA is holding remarkably here. Even the guys on low HP are just hugging the walls and getting cover fire by their teammates.
Yeah, this is not going so well for Fest at the moment. They still haven't killed these 2 guys in the north, which are just completely shutting down their mid control. You know, you need to win one. You know, it's like a big wheel. You need to win one side of the wheel. You can't.
They completely lost it. They only have a light now.
Yeah, you can't have the middle and you know, an unconnected part. It all links together, and they weren't able to push out the north or the south, and that's going to kill them later on.
Well, that later on is coming right about now. There is 4k, 5k advantage now for CSA. Number of tanks, only 2 are down for CSA. Much better reaction, I would say, retracting to defensive mode and picking where to actually strike. Very good decision making, and as I said, a bit of a mistake here by Fest, trying to engage that cooldown tank, Saka, which he played on K-line.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly of the idea. Like, you could see clearly Fest wanted to push, for sure. They took a lot of aggressive positions, but I feel like they didn't take them in the right way. You know, they took these north positions and they tried to push it, but it's like they didn't push it with enough guys, or they pushed at the wrong time, because they didn't win it. And you need to win at least one of those sides. If they won the north, it would maybe be a different game, because then their guys in the mid can peek free, they can actually start taking over the base, and they don't need the south as much. But yeah, they didn't take the north positions. What can you do?
I expected a bit different, something like Bachats to keep a check on the upper side of the map and shoot people in the back when the occasion occurs, and massive push from K and middle line. That's what I expected to see by them, but they split all over the place, I would say, and they actually lost on all of them.
Yeah. Oh well, I wouldn't say all of them. Their south wasn't too bad. If the south had just died as it did, and they'd taken the mid.
At the end they were counterattacked by CSA, you saw it, like Saka died, but they killed everyone who attacked him. Every single tank died there, for 1. It doesn't pay off. It's not good to trade 1 for 4.
I think it's not so much that one side lost them anything here. Fest, on multiple accounts, was losing what they had because they didn't take the south, or well, they didn't want to take the south realistically. They couldn't push that out, and they probably knew it. and they tried to take the north, but maybe 1 or 2 extra tanks or different play.
That's what I was also saying. Like in the same moment while they were attacking Saka down, they were attacking up, but they lost both buttshots instantly, and they didn't kill the only 2 tanks who were holding it. Like CSA retracted all of their tanks who they had. I think actually, like we can even draw it here. They even withdraw all the tanks they had, and they put them from here to snipe the upper side of the map, to cover them and not take the damage from these tanks who were pushing. And they kept these 2 guys very safe. So when those buttshots attacked from here, they just died. Saka, on the other hand, he was the only guy here, covered by entire team from here.
Seago was,
here.
not Saka.
Here?
On the south position, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Seago.
Oh.
And he was supported by the 2 RTs and all the snipers in the back.
Yeah, RTs were pre-aiming in this position here, which is a great cooldown, but RT can massacre you there, we know that. And this position here can work only if you have actually spotter here, so they can shoot him in the back. But that didn't happen. So they lost this position in the start, they lost this here, and they were trying to kill this upper position the entire time. So what that leaves them? That leaves them tanks that were spread out over the middle and here, but they can't do anything alone.
Yeah, but I think as well the Fest push coming through the middle like this, not so useful. Because when they're coming through the mid here like this and they're trying to take positions here and they have guys here, it's too much on this position because it's not very useful. It's okay, you can have 1 or 2 guys here that offer sniping, you know, sniping positions, but they can't push anything because you can't push the south, you can't directly support. Like there's this ridge line here that we can see that supported the CSA push when they came out, and then the guys in the base here were just holding. You can't really snipe that from the mid, and they had guys all over the mid. Too many. Like that's what I was saying on the north and the south. Like when they were pushing up here, they didn't really have enough tanks in my opinion, and when they were pushing down here, they didn't have enough tanks here. I mean, it's getting very messy now, but like there was.
But it was a messy game, and that's what Fest was maybe even counting on, but it didn't happen. These guys were just reacting well.
Yeah, it was just good. Yeah, good play from CSA. You know, there was no necessary thing they had to do, but they did it very well. You know, they made a clear repush in the south, and even just having a look at the damage, we can see where the GCs that CSA took, you'd expect them to be useless against a setup like that.
They actually did damage all the game.
But they did fine damage, like 1.5 and 2.5, totally normal for a 5-6 minute game or whatever it was. So
and for such a defensive game where they're stuck in really small position.
So Fest just didn't give themselves the advantage. You know, they didn't do the RT damage, and then they couldn't push with the 15 tanks. So, like, you choose one or the other. They just went somewhere in the middle, and it's not really doing anything. So, yeah, well, we can take a look now. The team should be getting ready for the next map, which is Live Oaks. Which is
something new on the tournament.
Something new on the tournament, just to mix it up a little bit, I guess, because you know we've seen the same maps. We see Himmelsdorf, Prohorovka, all this kind of stuff.
It was a good change, I believe, because previous was used like we had steps and mines, and I would say steps was always kind of
let's call it passive.
Passive, yes. It was a map where people were camping, even in Gold League on 7-on-7. Yeah. You always had those defensive positions. In Clan Wars, you have all those edges and cooldowns that you can use and just kill the game.
Yeah, the addition though,
it's not fun
compared to a Pro League match will be the RTs. The RTs just dominate.
Yes.
You'd have triple or even quad RTs on some setups, and you wouldn't lose unless the enemy picked a full like 15 rush lineup. You would just be able to just counter RT each other out, and as then the attacker was.
Then you have mines, which lately drops down to 60 seconds in the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
Will you ammo someone? Will you track someone? Will some random thing happen? And you really rarely see tactical games on mines anymore.
It's too easy to control all the positions with 15 tanks, you know, and with 7 tanks you have to give up something somewhere. With 15 you can control the mid so heavily, you control the island so heavily, you control the east with spots. It's just too difficult to do anything later on the map.
So
it's just
we have Live Oaks. Live Oaks can actually be played in every fashion, like you can rush, you can play on spotting, rotations, everything is required. There is a lot of bushes, cooldowns. Should be fun.
And you got some unique positions as well on Live Oaks. It's quite a bit of a weird map where you have the water in the middle, but you can still use the water because you send the light there, you send the T100, he does opening spots, and you know, you have your little T100 ball at the beginning. You have everyone sniping, trying to kill the enemy T100, and whoever gets that is actually a huge advantage.
Yeah, it's huge. On spotter maps like that, it's huge advantage. But less about that and more about the guys. Guys are ready. We are coming back in the next game. It's 3-1 to CSA, as we said. They took first map 2-0, Sand River 1-1, and now we will see what's going to happen on Live Oaks. Will Fest actually be able to come back in the game with this?
Yeah, and just mention as well, it's first to 5 wins, so CSA is not a million miles away. You know, they could finish on this map, and then they wouldn't have to show anything for Ensk, which is, you know, you have to consider future games as well.
Of course.
Hiding Ensk, which is going to be a key map later on.
But that's presuming that CSA is actually winning also.
Exactly. So, Fest here attacking first on Live Oaks. from the north. 2 RTs versus 1. Again, CSA taking a lot heavier. Oh, to be honest, from the attack, I like the 1 RT better. I think it's more flexible on this map. 2 RTs is not overly useful. It's not Sand River, and it's not, you know, Prohorovka and stuff like this.
2 RTs can even be very risky here, to be honest.
Yeah, because it's a very spread map. You need to control opposite corners of the map at the same time, which is not so easy to do with multiple
But
artillery.
that says also a lot. That says that CSA in this game actually wants to make the game still.
Oh, we could see a huge engagement here. I mean, you know, you've got standard lights in the middle, you've got a couple of guys holding the equal amount of guys holding the south, STRVs in the middle. It's a very mirror matchup right now, and there's a lot of commitment here from CSA on the city. They're actually pushing across with all the WZs, 113s.
Yeah, but Fest has a bigger commitment to the city than they. Actually, if this fight happens, Fest will have an advantage, and not a small one.
Yeah, it would be a rather large advantage. Yeah, they'd have the 1 extra tank from the RT, and they also...
Plus several that they're not using on lower side, like CSA is. Opala. Duck is already dead in his light. That's actually a big loss. They will not be able to see any kind of rotations. CSA with 2 arties, they are left with only 1 spotter now. Only 1 real spotter, the light. And Fest, if they actually do a well-coordinated push in a city, they will have the numbers also.
Well, there's info out from both teams right now. Both teams are pretty well aware of the large amount of tanks in the city, and it's difficult to move through that city because of all the supporting crossfires and everything. People can shuffle around between the buildings. You need to kind of make a very well coordinated push, which is not so easy to do on a position that I guess guys are not so used to playing. It's not Himmelsdorf or something like that, where everyone's very familiar with all the angles. You know, it's a very new type of city.
Sankinor is taking so much of damage while the tanks from CSA are passing up. I would say he gave them enough info that they should act upon it.
Oh, that's important right now. You know, Fest had that initial advantage with more vehicles, but now they don't really have it anymore. It's evened out a little bit. We can see that they still have more HP, but they're losing it really quickly.
They are actually throwing this HP for nothing, sniping on distant targets and not focusing on the heavy tanks that they should. I believe that tanks on B1 and B2 are their prime target that should work on. Like if they're already throwing and they're focused in one moment on 907 Sankinor, they should have pressed with Heavy's upper side immediately, use that moment.
Yeah, Fest is going to hard push on the city though. You can see that from their bat shot and 907 coming up from the 0 line. They've abandoned the south, and that 907 in the south is actually in a very aggressive position. But these 2 guys here coming back are going to join up in the city, and they're going to full push.
Yeah, even Super Conqueror left the position on cooldown on a hill which was covering the light. Like even he is there. STRV is also abandoning, so they're practically sacrificing YOLO Warrior in a light tank and 907 on other side spotting for a full push to clear out the main battle tanks of CSA.
I think if that Super Conk is spotted from Fest by CSA, then that's even enough info to understand that they will push the city.
I don't think he was because...
he's spotted now. He's spotted now.
He is,
I think that's enough
Let's see the mediums that are on J line. That will tell us all what CSA is planning to do. If they don't move, they're going to make a massive mistake.
Yeah, they need to go and they need to push and triple cap or something like that instantly. And in the meantime, we're seeing this massive big push in the city. Some of the tanks on CSA are not the highest amount of HP. Fest is pushing in with quite a lot of HP concentrated here on one position. It's going to turn into crossfires and personal player skill over the positions here.
There goes Sakalito. He's down in the light. Actually, that means he was already on low HP. And CSA is actually breaking apart on that part of the map. But they're pushing 907 on other side, so they will win that side of the map for sure.
Yeah, CSA dropping here in the city, they're just kind of getting crossfired out. Well, not necessarily crossfired, but they're just flat out getting pushed out. Like, tanks ramming into each other, shooting, focus fire, push through the positions. That's everything Fest needs to do right now, and that's what they've been lacking on the previous few rounds. You know, they're good at that. That was kind of their trick of doing well-coordinated pushes. And they did it really nice here. You know, they moved their tanks back, they pushed them all in, everyone came in at the same time, and without a spot as well until the last minute where it's too late for CSA to do anything. You know, they killed the guy in the south, sure, but they're not on that. They should be, you know, double capping already at this point, but it's too slow.
We already said losing one light in a game like this can be a really game decider. Plus, when you have 2 arties on top of that on map like this, it's a massive thing. Like for CSA to make it work on this, they have to make the game stale, slow, so the arties can work. Like the game is still not won. Like, if you watch the HP, there is only 3k HP advantage. But the number of the tanks is really working hard for Fest. And they're not gonna come out of that.
Well, I think what this boiled down to was just simply more tanks on the same position. You know, Fest just moved them back without the spot, more tanks on the push. You have to have an exceptional amount of skill or something like that to pull through a win from the CSA side, and it didn't happen for them here on this particular occasion. So yeah, just wrapping up the last couple of CSA tanks now being finished off by Fest. Everyone hungry for a bit of damage. and that's going to close it out to 3-2. So first round there on Live Oaks, going to Fest, who really needed a round. At this
Well, you don't
point.
want to be on match point immediately.
No, you don't. You don't. And CSA could have made it there if they... I'm not sure what happened to their light. I guess he just got outspotted.
He died in the middle, and that's it. He was lost pretty much in the start of the game. And the rotation, as you said, was not spotted. And pretty much Fest brought all the right decisions. But Live Oaks is really well to be defended, same as Sand River, and Fest will still have to attack.
Yeah, I think it was really interesting seeing how Live Oaks is operating on, you know, a more high skill level rather than just in casual Clan Wars or something like that, where you could see how important it was having that spot in the mid, which could have spotted the guys rotating if they did it the quick way and they did it over the field. But if they do it the long way, I think they still don't get spotted, which is something important to note. Even if they had that light in the middle, it didn't change anything. They'd still go past unspotted. They'd just maybe take 2 minutes extra. Which CSA could make a play in that time. They could maybe get more info on the south. It's possible to make a play, but I think CSA was actually losing that one from the beginning, just based on the fact that Best decided earlier on that we're going to move our guys back and just push the city and just end it at that. You know, they didn't wait around, they didn't wait for info, they just did it. And that's really kind of signature of what they are as a team, so I think they should do a bit more of that. Like, this is the first time we saw it and they won the round quite confidently, so I don't know, we'll have to see.
Well, we will see what our lovely desk has to say about it very soon. Hosted by Sahel and Milan.
Hello everyone, this is the Social Media Corner and Analyst Corner with Sahel, the Community Manager, and Myland, the Analyst.
Yeah, good evening. Nice to be here.
So, let's rewind a bit. We've seen a lot of battles and a lot of clashing on the battlefield. Let's move back and have a perspective on what happened in Himmelsdorf with the CSA. What do you think about what happened there? There was a bit of a whoopsie at the beginning for Fest.
Well, I would like to continue the thesis that Niall and Mojo built in the beginning or before the games even, that CSA are going to have the stronger tacticians, and I think on Himmelsdorf they showed that really, really well. Speaking of tacticians, I'm speaking of Ducky, for example, who has trained or played Himmelsdorf countless times. And if you can take a look at the replay here, on Himmelsdorf, their defense from the south, by the team of CSA, was really, really good. We saw them moving up the hill very, very aggressively. Hill always nice to have because you can control the entire middle. And yeah, Fest had to make a counter rotation because they saw all the visits from CSA controlling the middle, so they had to move. And yeah, CSA was all prepared for that. They had the mouse set up in the middle, who was playing very actively, very well, and spotted them early and did early damage. And also they have a 2684 and a T57 heavy set up in the perfect way, so they can just constantly do damage while they are retreating. And if you just look at, take a look at the 8 line, the Banana Road, even there Fest is trying to push, but CSA has the crossfire everywhere, and there the first tanks come in the south from Fest, but they just cannot capitalize. The mouse has too many HPs. The T57 constantly dishing out clip after clip, and Ducky there supporting the mouse, so Fest has no real option to push anywhere. Yeah, and then they actually get stuck there. CSA managed to rotate tanks back down from the hill, and then they even managed to repush the K-line. So that just shows how good the masterminds are in CSA. Tactics really, really good, because Himmelsdorf is one of the maps. If you do the correct rotations in the correct moment, then you're gonna win, and you're gonna win in a very brutal way. And CSA demonstrated that, perfectly.
What about the other maps?
Oh, we saw also Sand River, and for the first time we saw Live Oaks. I think Sand River very fast-paced, a lot of rotations. It's a very big map, very open map, so we see a lot of fast vehicles. You also see Artie having a crucial impact on the game actually. So Live Oaks, I was not surprised that it would end in a city fight and some guys trying to flank over the water, but basically the matches went as I expected so far.
Yes. What do you think about the teams clashing? Who do you think is more experienced overall? You would have pictured almost everything, or anything surprised you during this clash?
Well, I think CSA are, if you ask me, or in my opinion, are clearly the favorites going into that competition. And I mean, they've shown some mistakes. They were just undecisive. They didn't know where to push and they didn't know where to hold, especially on Sand River. That came back on them. But overall, I think they've clearly shown that they're the better team, more experienced team. They react calm and very in a good way. And I think that's gonna hand them the victory later on.
I see. So let's see. Maybe somebody can count on them on the battlefield. We will see. Nothing is set in stone, even for the greatest teams. So in the meantime, we're not just having a competition on the matches. We're also having something nice for the players. We never forget you guys. So we're having for the this first day of live stream, we're having a bonus code for you guys to earn something nice in the game. You can see right there on the screen, World of Tanks rules. If you activate this bonus code, you will not only earn yourself an emblem inside of the game, it's a Moscow coat of arms, but you will also eligible to win a collector's edition of World of Tanks, one of these majestic boxes that we might explore later
really
during
cool.
the stream.
A lot of goodies in there.
Oh yes, yeah. We might have some more time to explore it later on. And yes, if you activate this bonus code, you might have the chance to be randomly instructed to win this. And that's not all that we're going to have during these 2 days of streams. We're also, if you've noticed, we've recently introduced a new light tank, new Soviet light tank, LT-432. You can check out some information about it if you visit our portal. It's the kind of tank that you should get if you enjoy playing a hybrid between light and medium. And we've decided to hand out some codes for you guys, but there is a catch to that. We're not just going to throw them in. We're going to have our wonderful analyst here ask you guys a question, and the first one that's going to be that's going to answer this question correctly will be the lucky winner of the bonus code. So kick it off.
We kind of want to reward very good spectating and watching of the matches. So the first question is going to be, how many RDs have we seen in total, counting all the matches and counting all teams? So the first one who gets it right in chat can call himself the owner of the new lighting. So good luck.
Yes, please do remember that all the codes that we're giving out for this live stream are only valid for the European server. We're sorry, but this is we're in Europe, so
that's the restriction.
Whoopsies. But yes. And aside from that, we're going to announce the winner for this small competition that we're having now in the next segment that you're going to see us. So yes, next match is going to be?
Well, we're still playing on, we have the revenge on Live Oaks, where they switch the sides. And I don't really expect that much of Live Oaks. It's a very, let's say, linear map. You got the city where basically the clash happens, and then you got the open road with the railway, where you can flank, but I don't think we are going to see a particular engagement there. And then you have the big open swamp watery area where you usually send light tanks, which we saw in the previous game. But I also don't think there's going to be happening that much. But yeah, let's see how the teams are going to react. I want to come back to the tactical masterminds of CSA, because I kind of think that gives them that advantage that they're going to need here to win the game or to win this match. We also saw it on what is it called? On Sand River, that CSA have a really good tactical mind, but sometimes they can overthink situations and they can outdo themselves. That was when CSA was basically when they were pushing the south, and Fest was just set up in the really good defense there. And I just don't think that CSA expected that, and they thought that it would kind of be easier. But yeah, that's Sand River for you. You take a very risky push, it fails, and you basically lose a match. Yeah.
What was the most emotional moment so far that we've showcased, that you were like holding your breath, or you were surprised, or you had strong passion it was nice to witness.
Well, I think I really like the shots where they were far zoomed out, like overviewing the map, and you could see the RD shells, and they were like holding your breath. Is he gonna hit? Is he gonna hit? And then we didn't see any one-shots. We didn't see any real big RD hits there yet, but I think there's more RD to be seen, and I really hope for some even more RD impact in the game.
You're hoping for more RD? You're
I'm hoping for that one big hit that decides the match, because that's usually what RD was about back in the day when it was still different. But it can still happen again. But we have to be surprised about it.
Yeah, like when you mentioned RT, and it was like I want to see more RT, and I was like, okay, that's an opinion opposed to 90% of the player base of this game.
So you play a lot of RD in your random matches?
So you're gonna out me now? Yes, I am an RT player. I love.
Sorry, I
playing
don't want
RT.
to pick you on that.
Never mind. It's like one gets
Everybody
used to
knows.
that. Yes, one gets used to that. It's like that's fine. Like when you play RT, you have to be. It's like you can't hide it. I'm like I play RT and like that.
Well, I do the RD missions now for the new reward tanks, and it's kind of refreshing sometimes to just sit there, click every 40 seconds, and still decide the game. Yeah, it's fun sometimes.
Well, there are moments, as we've seen, it's been showcased during the commentary of the latest matches. It's been shown that sometimes picking or not picking RT can make a huge impact in the game. Like even when you're pushing, the Fest was doing, like there was some perplexity on not seeing RT, like not even one piece in their lineup. So we will see.
Definitely, yeah.
So yeah, let's throw it back to our casters there. Hey guys.
Hey guys, thank you for this lovely segment here. We will come back to the match shortly. As we said, it's 3-2 for CSA, and CSA will be defending on Live Oaks now, where they lost their attack. As we saw, this map is a lot about spotting and rotation. I would disagree a bit with Myland in one moment. Like, I don't think the city is the main fighting spot for this map. I actually think it's middle, and if you press correctly the middle and the lower part of the map, you can win the match, because there is a lot of cooldowns and crossfires you can use in that regard.
Yeah, I think City is sort of like the hold position, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you can push it, as Fest showed us, but most of the gameplay is basically...
But that was a response to what actually CSA did.
Yeah, with CSA not being in that position, or maybe they play more passive, which they could do, then you would have seen the major engagement over the south, which is actually where I think is really interesting, because you have a lot of ridge lines, you have a lot of control, you can move around without spots and use RTs, and you can actually do a lot on the south. Kind of disappointed we didn't see it that time. Maybe
I was actually expecting they're gonna try to force a fight over the middle and south because of two artists, because in a city it doesn't really give them that effect. You know that you can hit targets here and then, but only if the enemy team is too passive. After that, like the gun numbers will actually decide.
Yeah, exactly. So the teams are going to swap over now to Live Oaks, opposing sides from what they did before. So that should be Fest on the south, CSA on the north. And we'll be able to go in game now and take a look at what setups they're taking.
I should also say one more thing, like Fest is actually a while ago very strengthened clan. Like when MVPS fell out, a lot of their players went there. So this is not an inexperienced team. They have a lot of good players, high activity. They are not here by chance.
Yeah, and one thing I just spotted immediately when it came up is the GW from Fest, and the reason they're taking it is just it does more damage on flatter maps, and Live Oak's pretty flat map.
Better reload.
Yeah, and better range actually as well, because the GW can shoot over a kilometer, and
it can shoot whole map.
Yeah,
unlike
the GC is restricted, and this is a very corner-to-corner map, as we're going to see again from both teams moving out. They're going to
It's going to give a better shot on light in start.
Oh, CSA actually making a full commitment on the south with just a light. That's pretty decisive right there. You know, it's not like you're playing control and a couple of guys spot in. You're going, 13, 14 guys all running down one flank.
They have no spotter in the middle. They are not interested in that. They're hiding their tanks, and they are going full commitment on the other side. If they actually manage to catch these Fest guys, they will win a game. There and then.
Yeah, if you notice though, Fest has only 907s on the south. Like, they've all their HP tanks, WZs and stuff like this, or on the north I should say, and then all their HP is on the south. So we're going to see the initial spots here.
Fest actually didn't fall for it, so they are hanging back. But will it be enough? Like, that STV can even help them. The spot from the light tank in the middle is going to be crucial, but they're going to still need a number of guns to keep them alive. I think these 907s should be rotating right now to help them back.
Well, you can see the decisive...
Good play by Fest actually here.
Yeah, you can see the decisive nature of CSA. They've realized this, and they've realized that they have to push in, but they can't just full push in because Vest is actually moving back their 907s from the south and taking the north at the same time. I think they'll have enough HP on the south to hold it. So this is actually maybe backfiring on CSA.
STRV by CSA is dead. This kind of gameplay with losing the middle completely, I don't think it's gonna pay off, man.
Yeah, having that STRV up there kind of on his own with just the light spotting for him is not really effective. He wasn't able to run away from the position before Fest overran him, and that's actually lost him a lot of control right there because now they don't have the mid anymore. So they can't push on the outside, they can't do anything on the outside, they would have to do it on the south. And on the south side, where CSA would have to push over, you have to go over ridge lines, you get spotted, you take shots, you have to peek guys, hold down, like it's a really, really bad place to push.
Did the tacticians from CSA kind of trample themselves in this game? I wonder. Only weakness I can see in fast play is actually the A line, all the way upper line, but it's understandable because they are split so much on the map. They actually didn't want to risk to leave anyone there who can be just killed for free by any counter-attacking force.
Fest sort of did a bit of a weird tactic because they sent 907s only north and they sent everything else south. That's not typically what you'd see if you were sending a couple of tanks north.
This is actually a compact game because they do have a crossfire between entire segment of their teams. 907s can easily be held by all the guys from the lower part of the map and vice versa.
Actually, I think this is a bit of a bad read from CSA though, because if you look at the Fest lineup, you notice they don't have slow tanks. Everything they have is fast, like double light, 907, 3 Wheezies. You know, even the GW is a bit faster than a GC. Like, you have only rotational tanks, and they tried to push a tank that they can rotate on.
A lot of damage coming here on a fast tanks, and they are preparing for a counter push. Why are they preparing for such a counter push? They think they have an outmatching setup here. They will probably be able to kill all the guys down in a hole. If they do it fast enough, they will win a match. But if this drags along, the tanks from the CSA coming from the backside, like Super Conquerors, they're gonna be a crucial ones.
Yeah, Fest at the moment just trying to focus out what they can. Froley should be dropping, like, the focus fire needs to be on point here for Fest.
Where is the damage?
Their TS, it would be insane.
Where is the damage coming? Where is the damage? Damage is not coming in fast enough. Fast tanks are losing a lot of HP in this kind of push. They're actually lower in HP than CSA, who is split all over the map.
Oh, this is so bad for Fest right now. Look at the positions that CSA has managed to get now. They have a full crossfire on the river. 2 of the heavies, and this is a really smart play, it's not intuitive as well, actually drove into the push. So Fest pushed over them, and they didn't actually kill them. That was really nice play.
This is a disaster, actually. Let's call it like it is, man. They're losing for 7k HP advantage here on really badly organized push. This is personal play. This is not even tactics now. Tactically, they were ahead.
Yeah, you just saw the player skill from CSA. They just received that push really well, and Fest executed the push really poorly. And that's why you see such a decisive loss with so much HP remaining on the CSA side. So CSA taking the full commitment on one flank, and then actually Fest pushing in with the full commitment on one flank wins them the game. Even though it's a, you know, like a 4-minute push. That's a really weird kind of round.
Well, that's how the cookie crumbles, man. You deserve what you get at the end.
Yeah, and that's what we see on Live Oaks. It's not a map that teams have played 10,000 million times over the last 6 years. They've only kind of started playing it a little bit recently, so you see maybe some lesser understanding on exactly how they need to play. Fest, I don't even think that was an understanding of the map. They just they just pushed in so badly.
I actually expected Fest to play a bit more on time because they had better positions. They took STRV for free. I expected a slight rotation on A line to get a better crossfire on CSA tanks to chip away some more damage from them.
They could have boxed them in a lot more.
Box them in and then do a final push and cut them off from their own cap, as example.
Yeah, that was really hasty, like pushing with 6 minutes, 7 minutes left on the clock, and they went in. Why?
They took so much damage. Did you see that VZ coming over the ridge, man? He was perma-checked and he was dead.
Yeah, and then even like I think it was Unji and one other guy actually pushed into their push,
and they were shooting them in the back.
And then they got behind them, and there was no one back. Like, they didn't finish off, they didn't track people, they didn't do enough damage, didn't focus well enough. Even though they had so many vehicles on one position, they were just doing damage all over the place. Like,
I think this is a big
crucial.
tilt moment, man. Like, they had this game, and now actually CSA has a match point instead of that.
And even just in the previous round, I mentioned that kind of Fest's like signature was a lot of YOLO pushes, and they were doing those pretty well. And we saw that in the previous round; they did it really well. Here,
but previous round, what we said, what was the crucial part? Unspotted rotation.
Yeah,
they didn't see it coming until it was happening.
Well,
and in this one, this was like you're signaling 60 seconds ago. Hey, here we go.
That's sort of
We
the
are
nature
coming.
of playing over the south as well. You've got those two opposing ridge lines, and each one of them does a full spot on the other one. And all you have to peek is a little gun or a turret, and it spots the full push.
And you know what I don't agree also with the push? They did a singular push, linear push from one side. They were controlling the middle. They had an luxury, an option to push from two sides of that
Yeah.
ridge. Like, let's go on a tactic and we can show it. Like, they had a luxury in my eyes to push like this and like this, you know? And from
Yeah.
lower side, not from upper side, God's sakes. Like, this guy here got vaporized before he even fired the shell.
And it's impossible for CSA to play on these
Yes,
positions.
and CSA should die here like really fast. That's the only way to win this before the other guys from CSA come.
Yeah.
And they didn't manage to kill those tanks, as you said, like two guys ran away using this road, going up to shoot them in the back, and then these guys came and they were sandwiched instead of being
and
the
then you
push
had
force.
as well these crossfire positions here and like coming over the top, and then you had the back. That was just a complete
It was mess.
slaughter.
It was just
Complete
mess.
slaughter. And then you could see in just pure desperation they were pushing out here like this. This is what they should have done from the beginning: is to play on the outside here
Yes,
on the rails.
to box
Yeah.
CSA in, do the damage. You have the time. Work 3 or 4 more minutes. Use every second of it.
Because for CSA to stop any plays from Fest coming in from here and here, they need to peek on the ridge lines.
And they can't.
And they can't. They simply can't do that. You know, you do a full peek like that, you're going to get completely deleted instantly. And you just can't afford to do that damage, so you lose all the positions.
I wonder what made them do this kind of call.
CSA really picking up a free round on that one. Like, that's a round that, not that they should have lost, but on this, what happened.
I mean, they won
They
it,
should-
but they won it. They deserve.
Oh, no, they
when
won-
you win it, you deserve to
you
win
win
it.
it, you
but
deserve it, for sure, but there's no advantages that they got in that match, you
like
know?
tactically watching, this was Fast's game until the moment of that decision. And
it was,
that decision
it was tactically
disaster.
their game until they realized what they were going to do, and then all of a sudden tactic went out the window and they just did a big full push. But you also need to have a lot of strategy behind your push. You know, it's not like you can just push in with 12 guys and say, okay, we're going to win because we have more in one position.
I
you
could
know?
really dig if I thought they saw some rotation from CSA somewhere, and then they were thinking they're splitting 3, 4, 5 tanks there. Like, okay, we have it.
Well, they knew they were all there.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like, if they thought something else is happening, I would really understand it. But like this,
And
no.
they even got the free pick.
Oh well.
What can you say? It's just how they played, so we'll have to go into the next map now to decide, and this will be the last map, which is Ensk, with Fest on the first attack. So it's their last chance to kind of...
Well, last
Come
map,
back.
unless
Yeah,
they actually
last
go
map,
from
last
0
chance.
to hero, they win entire map, and then we go to tiebreaker.
Yeah.
You never know, bro.
And the tiebreaker beat Prohorovka, just in case we get to it. I mean, it's worth mentioning. It could happen.
Mhm.
CSA, though, like from what we saw on Himmel's city map, close map, very small. It's very dependent on how you play your positions. I think we see more experience from CSA just in this particular match, but also we know it from the past that they have more experienced players. Maybe some better coordination, which is really, really important on a small city map like that.
City map that can be played on so many ways. That's the thing. Like, it's really small differences, but in reality, it's huge. Like, will you play the strong center game
Yeah.
and try to play with a lot of TIE 5s with some E3, some spotting, or will you try to play strong push through the city or through the green side? And you cannot do all. You
Yeah.
cannot, because you need to have tanks centered with a crossfire, able to help each other really fast, or you can lose it in an instant if you drop 2 or 3 tanks, because everything is so close.
Yeah, and you can't move as well. When you make your opening tactic, it has to be rock solid.
Yeah,
Because you can't just move across the
yeah,
rails.
if
You're
you want
gonna
to
lose
go
a
from
tank
the
every time
open
you do
guy
it.
to the city, it doesn't work because you will get shot from half enemy.
Well, I mean,
team.
it'll work. You'll do it, but
It's
you'll be
like
minus
walking
2
ducks,
tanks.
man.
You'll be minus 2 tanks doing it every time. So what you put on, you know, the east side of the map and on the rail on the west, it's there, and that's it. You have to use it. So if you have not a well thought out opening tactic, you're gonna lose just like that.
So it's not like an accident what happens in this map. I'm actually really interested how will these guys face it. Playing with a lot of TIE 5s sounds much easier than it actually is. TIE 5s who are not actually connecting and penning their shells are useless
Well, you won't be
boxes.
penning, but it's like the HP trading on that rail is so crucial, because
Yes.
if you win that rail, you win all the control in the mid, and then all of a sudden now you can cross tanks. That's the crucial thing. If you win that rail control and you see, oh, maybe we have an advantage on the west, you can just move all of your tanks on the west and push it. But you don't have any option if you don't win that control on the mid, which is down to your type players, your E4 players, maybe 1 or 2 conks, 268 as well.
Yeah,
is
we're
being
gonna
used
have to
spot.
see. Will one of them play reactionary? Will one of them be all in? Like, there is all kind of playstyles here, and it will
Yeah.
all happen immediately. We'll see it immediately what happens here.
So score 4-2 at the moment, going in CSA's favour so far, but we'll have to see on Ensk as we go in battle in just a moment.
A lot of
And
TDs.
yeah, well, I mean, obviously you're going to have TDs, you're going to have HP
Crystal
with the
ball.
types based, yeah. 400 IQ prediction right there, guys. We're going to see TDs and types on Ensk. So, is there a problem loading or something? Seems like the server may have disconnected.
That would be a bummer.
That would suck. Well, we're having some technical difficulties at the moment, as you can see, because you're
Never
still
happened
looking at
before.
us. But the battle is actually this is bizarre. The battle is continuing, but we can't see it. Great.
It doesn't. That's not a battle then, you know. If you don't see it, it didn't happen, man. If you didn't record
But I can
it,
see it. There's just stuff in the way. That's the
Shh.
problem.
Shh.
Maybe I can analyze from the. Well, I have all the opening positions now.
overall analyzing that.
But yeah, we'll have to. I think this one will have to be
I think
restarted,
it will
guys.
be restarted.
Yeah.
For sure.
So
I mean, come on, man. If you don't see it, it's not happening. It's just not there.
we're all here for the stream, guys. It's not just to play some World of Tanks. I mean, as much as we all love doing that, the best game in the world, but we're here for the stream. We want to watch it and we want to see how they're playing.
Hey, man, it's not a world record unless someone actually records it, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
So if we didn't see it, they didn't play it, man.
So Ensk, you know, like as a map that obviously we've played for years. Everybody knows Ensk. It's more recent than 15v15 because in 7v7 kinda sucked, but
Kinda.
Yeah.
Endless draws.
But on
Never
15v15
happened.
you can actually use it because you can use the positions properly. You know, you just couldn't do it on 7v7. Well, actually, maybe if you trained it to death like you would in 7v7.
Bro, like we played that against Russians in the old times, and
Yeah.
it was like absolute bloody nightmare because the rules had it. You could have endless draws.
Yeah.
As you remember. And everyone was playing like yin and yang. You move here, they're here. You move here, they're here. You cannot cross the rail because if you're not immediately on the same
It's
side,
like
it's
a
just
game
not
of
gonna
chess where you
happen,
can
man.
just move back and
Yeah,
forth.
and everyone
endlessly.
knew every little hole where you can shoot between the
Yeah.
wagons and whatever, you know. And you make one mistake there.
Yeah. That's
The
sort of
head is
like
off.
that's sort of a problem with training a map so much, is that both teams know it so well that if you don't know it as well as they do, you just lose instantly, and there's no way to win against that. So teams don't really have that kind of level of training recently.
I'm
on
actually
Ensk,
quite
so-
surprised, like even when I play and when I watch some people, how many people don't understand how the rail part of the map actually works. Like everyone knows city map, you have like hold downs here, you have this, you have
Yeah.
that, you can shoot here, you can break these buildings. But on a rail, how many people don't understand that they can get shot below the wagons from certain
And you can
angles,
actually cross over them.
and you
which
can
is another
cross
crazy
somewhere,
thing,
but
yeah.
not everywhere.
No, if you have a boost, you can cross every single wagon.
But you can get stuck if you do it wrongly solo.
True, and I may have happened to me in the past.
May have
Maybe.
happened it.
So I think we're trying to restart at the moment. Not sure what's going on. Yeah, they're going for a restart
Yeah, we're going
round.
for a
So
restart for
obviously
sure.
that doesn't count. Technical difficulty, you just write it off and you go from the beginning. Both teams see the lineups anyway, so you know you're not really losing anything. So yeah, there'll just be another minute or
Well,
two.
they will have more time to discuss, but it goes for both sides.
Yeah, it's equal. As
And
long
there
as
is-
it's equal
there is
and everyone
no
has the
real
fair
surprise
chance.
that anyone can sell here because there is no fog of war. So, whatever. They'll just have like minute or two more to discuss what to do.
Yeah, exactly. So, just in case we get to it, Prohorovka, I quite like Proc as a tiebreaker map because I think you can do things from. I mean, the defender can camp from the north. You can hard camp it, sure, but I think it's breakable, which is always a key.
It's
part.
breakable,
Yeah.
but I would say that it gives advantage to defender by far.
Yeah, so that's actually what's going to come into play then is the fastest attack, because in the rules in this competition, when you're deciding who picks the side on the tiebreaker, which obviously
Yes.
they're going to pick defense, is going to be the fastest attack, and the fastest attack so far was 4 minutes 27 seconds by CSA. So they'd actually have that.
On
big
which map did they
advantage.
have?
That happened on Sand River,
Yeah,
second
Sand
round,
River.
when they attacked on that.
That's not
Because-
even that fast, to be
and
honest.
that was Fest attacking them. So they handed, if they'd waited another 40 seconds, it would have been, well, still CSA to be fair, but not including these Ensk games. But they actually handed them the fastest attack, which is like, I mean, it's a bit of a long play to think about that, but still, you don't want to be throwing away a 2-minute defense. Kind of blocks you out.
No,
in
it
case
can't
you
be
go
on
all
Sand
the way.
River. Like, you have to win the attack to win the
Well, not-
fastest attack.
Sand River? What? Oh, I was thinking of Live Oaks. Never mind.
Live
the Live
Oaks,
Oaks
yeah.
game was about 30
Live Oaks,
seconds
yeah.
within the Sand River one.
Live Oaks, yeah. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, it was about 30 seconds away. Anyway, teams are getting ready. Hopefully they'll be starting soon because I know like nobody wants to watch us. I mean, come on.
Okay, we'll be pretty much there in like 10 seconds it will start, but what I wanted to mention for anyone who is not clear how the tiebreaker map is picked, like because we have 7 maps in the map pool, total map pool, and this is best of 9, which means that you can play only 4 maps.
Yeah.
And then you deduct 2 of them by
The initial
banning, one
rounds,
team
yeah.
banning each, and that leaves one map. Whichever map is left last, that's a tiebreaker map. So if you don't want to play Prohorovka last, either pick it, ban it, or don't lose. I mean, win before that.
Yeah, and the finals will be a best of 13, so you just eliminate the bans in the beginning and you pick 2 extra maps. System stays the same.
Yeah, but that's only one final game. We
just
are far away from
at
that.
the moment, we're playing best of 9. CSA versus Fest scores 4-2 at the moment. CSA potentially could take this one. I mean, well, they'd be looking to take it, obviously, and they could close out
Match
the match
point
here
for
if they
CSA. Fest needs to fight for their life this time, and one more if they win this one.
So I think the big thing that we're going to see at the beginning is just initial damage, where you have spots. You have like, I think Seago is using a 260, which is obviously going to be the initial spotter. Stuff like that, just to quickly rush the rail, get an opening spot, try and get your types to make some connections.
Same as we have 430U
E4s.
on Fest side.
So that's going to be the initial play that we're all looking out here for, and just the initial placement of the tanks. So, moving stuff up to like A0, it's not going to move away from there. It's going to be sitting on A0 5 minutes later. So it's just wheezy. A lot of commitment here from the mid. Yeah, I mean standard initial hold from CSA, but quite heavy on the TDs. 2 E3s in those opening rails.
We never expected this amount of Type 5s, not on this kind of map. A lot of TDs here from the CSA. That does tell me that they want to play rail aggressive.
You just got to keep a very close eye on the HP right now. Both teams are actually using the E3s to spot the rail, except CSA has a double, so they're actually going to spot quite a lot more.
It's an old and worse tactics by now, because E3 is the most sturdy one. It's hard to pen it frontal, especially when it's covered by 5 or 6 Type 5s who pen you for every
Sankey
one of them.
dropping really quick there.
Yeah, because there is a lot of TDs and unspotted guys in the back of CSA, and these guys do know how to click the enemy tanks. 43 damage coming to Sebastian here. That's what I was talking about. Type 5s, how they're shooting, it really makes difference. Like, if you shoot the frontal armor of a Type 5, you're doing it wrong. Actually, you should shoot the ground below it. You will do more damage.
Or just below the turret and try and splash the engine deck.
But,
whichever is easier.
Connecting on that distance with Type 5 there, it's kind of
Yeah, sure. But there's always improvements you can make. So yeah, just initial trades here is all we're watching. E3's dropping for CSA, they're just running out of HP.
Yeah, Sankinor died, but they are still in a lead of HP, about 3000, which is quite important, I would say, here. Also, they are holding that field with 2 Super Conquerors. There is no Artist right here. This is not advanced, so you cannot clear them that easily. You actually have to confront them.
I think we're honestly going to sit here for 2 minutes just watching these trades, because nowhere else on the map anybody can make a play. So right now it's all going to be down to how well you're covering each other. Obviously the low HP guys need to go back, you need to get your high HP forward.
I wouldn't say that no one can play. I think that actually CSA has an option to go toward the field, while Fest doesn't.
Yeah,
that's how I see it.
That's actually very true, because CSA has that 268 controlling the spot there. That's going to be really important. There's no cross.
Okay, this is the point where...
Those Super Conks are isolated, actually. They could push.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, because you have Sakalito in E3 really far down here. No one can shoot him from the side. They have to come forward. But the Type 5s from CSA are positioned better on that A5 line. So they will cut them off from that. And exactly that's why we see the rotation from VZs by Fest from the city. Now the question is, will they catch Super Conqueror for free or not now? There are 2 Super Conquerors, one on B1 and one on other side. Like, will they be able to actually catch somewhere for free, or will they lose the HP themselves?
And they know the Super Conk is going to be on B1. This is a totally standard position. So.
One more down. Much better coordination by CSA in this side. They are completely taking the HP
WZs are pushing in right now on the Super Conk in the window, so he's going to drop. He's on low HP. That'll be a kill for them, sure. But
come on, boys, you need to pen these shells. You cannot waste this kind of time. This is significant loss if you are not killing him in an instant. That's such a bad roll for VZ, man. 433. You don't want to have that when the guy remains on 30 HP.
The interesting thing for me is actually the very, similar amounts of HP remaining on both teams. It seems like no one got that initial advantage. We've seen a few picks here on the city or whatever, sure. But no one got that massive initial advantage that I guess they were going for, because both teams committed so much on the rail that they actually kind of cancelled each other out a little bit.
Well, Saka died in his E3, so they don't have the forest spot. Sigo is the guy holding it now. Honestly, if Sigo falls, there will be no spotting for CSA whatsoever, but they're abandoning the rail anyways. They're doing everything to push the field side, as we said. First Super Conqueror is down, the other one is still alive, and there is not enough cover fire by his teammates because they're still pressed from upper side of the rail. Still, the battle, I wouldn't say it's decided.
Yeah, Loki is going to fall here. I mean, he can do as many shots as he can against these Wheezies, but they're just going to out-farm him with 2 guns, and he's going to drop. That's going to turn the rail into a very east-west fight, which is not typical on this map. Generally, it's quite north-south until you get some rotations. So we've seen that obviously. Now it's turned into East-West.
I would say this is a really good decision by Fest. This push was highly needed because they were losing the middle fight, and now they are actually in positional fight. They are in position to actually do something about it. But they cannot keep losing tanks like this. I mean, CSA is doing positional corner fights, like small fights, better. Slightly better, just enough.
And now both teams have to make a decision on whether they'll hold it or whether they push in, or just trade even. So if they need to either push in on the north, which I don't think is possible, I think CSA has too much HP on the north, or CSA can try and push in on the south. That's the two options right now, or they just sit and they trade for like another 2 minutes. But we actually see Froley there on almost full HP. That's going to be really important. He's CSA's
you need to anchor one side and then pressure the other. And I would say the VZs and 57s and 57 are by far easier to pressure. Like, it just depends where you want your HP used now, because this decision will be a winner or loser of the game. Do you want to play up or down? Up or down, boys?
Yeah, and when you're on a type like Mumek with no HP, there's nothing really you can do anymore. The whole point of that tank is to have hit points, and it seems like CSA is just out trading.
Well, 57 is down, those two VZs up, they're gonna be far lonelier. But there is pressure on both sides of the map. Like, CSA is not actually allowing them to make any cohesion in their game because of the Type 5s have such a lower HP. You can see how they're slowly pushing them and cross-firing between upper and lower side of the map, trying to isolate so the Fest actually cannot help each other.
Yeah, to be honest, I quite liked how Fest played on this round. You know, they went for the city push, they did it quite, I don't know how well they did it is maybe a different question, but they did the correct play.
But the trades with Type 5s are not good.
Yeah, the trades, not necessarily at the beginning though.
No.
The opening trades were pretty good for both teams, so I think they were fairly even on that. But there at the end, no question about CSA was out trading them.
Yeah, like every position we were watching, Fest was actually losing in the trades. I would say the setup of crossfires was much better by CSA in those crucial moments, and we are not talking about some random fact. They were actually sacrificing HP if needed to take, so they can be compact and help from one another, like from upper and lower side of the map. That's very crucial. And then they like move one step here, one step here, one step here, one step here, and every time they shoot each other's enemies, let's say, if you divide them on those two groups. That's why we saw the middle tanks die so easy from the Fest.
Yeah, I mean, just like gameplay, experience, coordinating better. Kind of what we said CSA would be, you know, having that advantage throughout, and we did see plenty of examples of that, so it did very much come true today. Fest just not necessarily preparing, or, you know, lacking of preparing, but they had decent preparation. We saw like the WZs on Soundriver. I thought that was a really good idea, but just overall just lacking behind, and it just didn't go their way.
You know, honestly, some games came much closer than I expected, much closer, but the result ended pretty much what I expected, something like in the range of 5-2, 5-3 max. You know, but it doesn't give them the credit because the games were way closer. But being close doesn't mean anything, and people pretty much have short memory, and tomorrow they will just forget about it, and the only thing remembered will be CSA won and they went to finals. Yeah.
So, you know, that's it. 5-2 for CSA. They're, I'm going to say, a confident win for them. Like, they had quite plenty of, like, overall it wasn't maybe as hard a win as they should have.
We don't know that, because if that Live Oaks didn't end up like that, it could go everywhere.
That's very true. That Live Oaks was very sketchy, and that was very much a handed over round by Fest, so we don't really know how CSA would have played that, but overall I think they played quite decently.
Yeah, overall, CSA was more stable, but as I said, some games are not that convincing as we think they should be. Yeah. And we do know that next two teams are GX and Roids, and I would say they are even harder in skill than Fest.
Absolutely. Fest would maybe be the weakest team on that, you would just say, just based on how you can play against them. We saw that on some situations, they weren't as well prepared. So I think we can switch over to our social media corner with the lovely Sile and Melan. So take it away, guys.
We are again. So, what are your thoughts on what we've just witnessed? Like, I mean, I'm kind of redundant in asking because you kind of gave your prediction a minute away, but do you want to add something on what you said?
I would just continue my thoughts on this. I mean, we already talked about it. I talked about Niall. I talked with Niall and Mojo before the stream even, and I think we were all pretty clear that CSA will take the victory. Like,
so you basically jinxed the entire Fest game.
It was all set up, basically. Yeah, there was There's not even a decision to be made. It was already made. So just kidding with that one. But I think we saw really well how CSA again were the better tacticians. Maybe not that much in the last two games, because they were actually, when we look at the Live Oaks game, it was pretty close. Then on Ensk, it was a lot of back and forth, a lot of trading, very slow map. Also, looking at the setup, you got a very slow setup with a lot of heavies, with a lot of big TDs, a lot of hit points, which obviously cannot rotate very quickly. So yeah, just proves my point that I think.
So you think that there was not even maybe a moment of bad luck from Fest?
Well, we can look here. This situation was a very good example for CSA kind of overestimating themselves, maybe a bit. Fest maybe overestimating themselves a bit. So Fest is kind of pushing in here full speed as hard as they can, because they thought they could capitalize on the southern part of the map, but actually this is such a clever play by CSA. You have to flip the colors here, so you don't get confused. You look at Unji and Philo there in the 2-7-7. This is such a brilliant move, and now you see Fest is completely pinned down in the water, and CSA just has the complete crossfire. They have the high ground from every single side, and that's basically what wins them the game. I can only continue on what Niall said, on what Mojo said. This game basically was in Fest's hands. Like, they had the overmatch in the south. They were basically set up to push there. But also, as Niall said, it's not just a push. It's not just a push where you just go in full speed and then automatically win the engagement. That's not how it works. You basically still have to kind of manage the focus fire, very important also in that moment. The faster you can drop the enemy guns, desto less damage you're gonna take. Yeah, and also the HP management, so you kind of try to shield your own guys, so you keep your own guns alive, you keep your own guns in the game. And CSA has shown some really quick reactions, really good reactions, and really great focus fire. And yeah, they came out with the win there, even though they were in the very disadvantageous position at that moment. So the second game I would like to dive in a bit further was the Ensk game, which was basically very slow, because I already touched it briefly. Slow tanks, all the big guns, Type 5s, the E3s, also 2684s, some Super Kongs. So obviously all very slow tanks that need a lot of time to rotate. And I sort of hoped for more diversified. It was like very chunked up. You saw all the tanks standing on both sides of the rails and just basically spamming HE at each other. This is how sometimes ends can end up, but usually you see a bit of a more of as Mojo already said, a clash in the city. Like both teams meet head on head in the city, but this didn't happen there. Or sometimes both teams meet on the green side. Head on, but this was more of a like north-south fight. You can see here this engagement. If you look at the minimap, both teams are pretty much with most their guns and most their HP like just at the same spots. That was a brilliant move here by the team of Fest. They put the 430U wreck sideways, so if they could actually take hull down cover, but yeah, Type 5 doesn't care a single damn about hull down and just shoots more HE. And then we can actually kind of see the brilliant counter move here by the blue team. They capitalized on the advantage in the city. Like, they knew they had faster tanks with the two VZs and also T-57, which can not kind of keep up with them, but you can dish out good damage. So they pushed there and managed to take down the two Super Kongs. You can also see the Super Kong at B1, totally out of position. That's 2.5k hit points that are not in the game. Also really good DPM that is not in the game. Yeah, and that's why basically the middle road here can just completely get taken over by Fest. Sigur there getting taken out. And yes, so yeah, it was a really good push through the city. The Super Kongs way too slow on their reactions. I don't know, there was even spots missing, so no one saw that coming. And yeah, really good surprise move. And the thing is, if you have very slow setup, you cannot react to such a push somehow. I mean, they kind of did. They counter pushed the 8 line, but there was nothing really to be found, so they were very, very slow. Yeah, and in the end, CSA with the better positions, with more guns in the game, kind of ended up netting them the victory, which was again a really nice play by CSA and kind of sloppy play by Fest.
So a question, because we've seen so far for for some of the matches that CSA won, we've seen kind of Fest crumble due to bad decision, we can say, some very unfortunate moments for Fest during these matches. And for some instead matches that Fest won, we've seen them kind of, they were kind of uncertain matches where, kind of up until the end,
it was pretty close.
Yes, it was still kind of close. You couldn't really guess, okay, that's the winner or that's the winner. Would you say that the matches that Fest won were mistakes from CSA or something that Fest have earned overall?
Well, sort of both. We saw a really good Sand River defense by Fest. They kind of, not really camped, because camp is always a word like kind of in a negative way. You just put all the tanks in the corner and wait it out. Yeah, basically, but this is not gonna, you're not gonna win that game if you don't play clever. So Fest really well defended on Sand River, which was a good tactic, and CSA just kind of overdid themselves there, like were overconfident.
So basically they senior enthusiasm.
Yeah, they just took the momentum straight to Fest, but Fest was there like a rock, in the water and wouldn't move, and so basically,
they couldn't nudge it.
Yeah, but also we saw some misplays by CSA, particularly on which map was it that they actually lost the second one?
Searching for data.
Yeah, I'm always keeping my tactics book so I can take notes. But yeah, forget what I said.
CSA made no mistakes.
CSA did make mistakes, but what I wanted to say, it was hard for Fest to capitalize on those mistakes. It's okay if a team makes a mistake, but if the enemy team doesn't use it for their advantage, then the mistake is basically, okay, it happened, but not for the bad.
So basically, so far we've seen CSA kind of dominate when they wouldn't be making misjudgments or kind of endgame mistakes. But would you say that for Fest has showcased, like even as the coming out as the loser of this segment, would you say that they have that they could shine for some particular skill or like anything that they've demonstrated on the battlefield? Like, would you say
Definitely.
like, okay, that's their strength? What would you say that would be?
Well, I think we should definitely give them credit for trying very well with some fast pushes and also fast decisions. I think it lacked a bit, or most it lacked in the execution. Like a push is not just a push that you do, you have to focus fire on the stuff that I mentioned earlier. This is where it kind of lacked and where the CSA just kind of showed that they're the more experienced team.
Yes.
Probably also the individually better players. But yeah, definitely we have to give Fest credit for trying, and they did actually really well, and some matches were way closer than I expected, and I guess also Nile and Mojo expected.
Yeah, so let's say that as a defeat, like it's not a bad way to go down. Let's see.
Yeah. So did you have a prediction, or did you take a prediction before the match, or did you expect CSA to win?
I like for the games to surprise me. I don't really point at this and like, okay, this is going to win for sure. I don't like to have a preset mindset, because that's also, as a player, I don't want to get into a match thinking already of, like just planning what's going to happen, because you tend to box yourself into the outcome that you're dreading. I prefer to go and, with the best intentions. And I do that as well when I'm watching other teams play, and like I don't want to go, okay, they have longer experience, they have a better setup, because like you will never know what happens. That's going to be something to happen.
Definitely good mindset to get into the games.
And also, keeps the hype fresh.
Definitely.
Yes. So let's get back to our goodies section for this stream. Let me recap for you. We're having a fixed code for you to activate during this entire day of live stream, and it's going to be World of Tanks rule that you can read right down there. And if you activate it, once again, I'm going to tell you, you will not only unlock an emblem inside of the game that is going to be a Moscow coat of arms, but you will also be eligible to win in a raffle. You might be the random winner of this majestic box here, which is the collector edition of World of Tanks. And let's examine it, shall we? We have some extra time.
All the way on the right, we got a gaming mouse.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
looks very nice. World of Tanks branded.
Oh yes, let's
Proper
look at this.
mouse. Proper mouse for proper sniping. Definitely makes a huge difference. 10 out of 10.
Yes, like
I
you have.
approve.
You have 6 buttons. There is a bit of reflection. It's a bit too far, so I'm going to read for you. 6 buttons, grip texture up to 2400 DPI. It's just the best of the best. It's like he's been kind of looking at it while you weren't watching, guys. While we weren't kind of hearing the language.
I guess
like,
who was the first. Guess who was the first one to enter the bonus code? Just kidding. So we got more there
yes.
on the table. I think
Yes.
the nicest thing there on top.
Let's touch it.
the
because
tiger
it's like,
tank.
It's a beautiful model.
Don't drop it.
Which
It's-
one? I'm not gonna drop. Are you jinxing me?
So it's
Yes.
the famous Tiger 131, or a model of the Tiger, standing on some dirt rubble.
Let's have a
really
camera
pretty.
moment where I can show you roundabout how it looks from every angle.
If you want that, where would you put it? Right in. I think I would have it
Where would you put it? Where would you show it, Casey?
like
Do you have
in the
a?
entire office next to the PCs. I think it looks really good. Having
Yeah.
such a tank right next to the PC.
It is nice to work here. Like it feels like a permanent battlefield when you work for World of Tanks and you're here in this office and you're kind of surrounded by the military equipment, and it's very nice. And yeah, aside from this, this is kind of the strongest point of this box, in my opinion. There is actually also a bonus code that I can kind of recap to you what you will find. Of course, I'm not gonna show it to you because let's not. But yes, there is a Tiger 131, 100% trained crew, like a credit to spend, a month of premium account. There is a lot of stuff to unlock inside of the game as well. And so
Lot
this
of
is just
in-game goodies.
some of the stuff. There is even more. And yes, you will be able to hold for yourself a certificate of authenticity that you've got this
Definitely very nice
It's
to
like
have such a thing.
a pro World of Tanks player
Yeah.
with the.
And also some blueprints that I
Oh
see
yes,
there of some
there is a
German
ton.
tanks.
There is a ton of art and more
this
special
would
stuff.
definitely
Want to
look-
showcase to the public while I fetch some more art?
Would definitely look very nice on the wall. So this is the, wait, actually the Tiger tank. Yeah, so it's a Tiger tank from different views, different angles. It would definitely look really, really nice.
It does
also.
really look really nice. Unfortunately, we can only show you how it looks, but I can assure you that the texture feels extremely nice. Like let's throw in the dimension, because if you're into this kind of stuff, you're gonna feel it, and it's gonna be super nice. And I was being told while we were opening the box, also the smell of fresh and crisp plastic was very nice. And yes, you have the art book and some of the best art that we've made so far for any initiative
Yes.
for the game.
I didn't actually take a look inside there. Oh.
There is a lot of beautiful stuff.
Oh,
This
so
is
it's
just-
like some bit more science fiction directions, but let's not spoil it too much.
Yes, let's
I
not
guess you
spoil
can
it
find
too
out for
much.
yourself.
Yes, if we're going to extract the lucky winner from all the players that activate the code that we've been showcasing, and we're going to repeat it later during the stream, so don't you worry. If you activate it, you're going to be eligible to win this. We're going to have this code today and another code tomorrow if you're going to synchronize. And you don't like. We're going to, if in case you're the winner, we're going to contact you either like in game or via mail. We're going to find you.
We already found you.
So yes, and this is not even the only thing that we're doing. As we've mentioned before, we've introduced a new light tank in the game, the LT 432, a new Soviet tank for tier 8, and we've decided to share it with you for this stream. And that's the catch is that you're going to have to earn it by answering the questions of our analyst. And before we've asked, what did we ask before?
I think it was total number of RDs in the
Yes.
first 5 games that we saw up until the break.
Yes, and the answer was 9, and we have a lucky winner already, and it's, forgive me if I don't really read it perfectly, is Dashik _ on Twitch, so congratulations Dashik.
Good luck
Yes.
there and have fun with the tank, dude.
Whoopsies. I hope I didn't butcher it. So yes, congratulations, and you have fun with the tank. And let's move on to the next question to earn the LT43 too.
So again, we want to reward very good spectating of the matches, and who took a really close look on the second Live Oaks match. We please want to know, or want you to answer, who was the tank to die first, because it was kind of crucial in the game. This tank was missing throughout the entire match. So the first one who gets this correct in chat can call himself owner of the new light tank.
Oh yeah, so that would be all for this segment. Let us pass the feed out, back to our casters. Hey Niall.
Hey guys, I actually know the answer to that question, so can I have
Spoilers
the prize?
forbidden.
No spoilers, but can I just have you can just give me the prize later. Okay, so guys, we're going into the second game now, which is Roids versus GX. This is my favorite game of the two that we're going to see
This
today.
is the game we expected more from
Yeah.
tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of really good stuff. Potentially a wipeout, potentially a complete tiebreaker.
Maybe
I mean,
you
like,
can spoil something there.
no, I didn't. I said potentially a wipeout
Maybe
or a
you should
tiebreaker.
spoil something there.
Maybe.
Insider info.
Maybe I have.
Давай.
I didn't say anything. So it's going to be the same format as last time, guys. Best of 9. So the first of 5 wins, and the teams are preparing now. So I can't wait. I just want to watch this match. I've been waiting the whole day just to watch this one game.
Yeah, just wanted to ask you, like, in your perspective, how are you satisfied with the quality of matches so far?
Yeah, well, I mean, the first map was great. Like, Himmels was amazing. Sand River was, quite nice in parts. Live Oaks I thought was really, well, maybe not from one CSA side, but was, like, pretty good. And then the final lens game was great. So, like, I thought the first match that we saw today was brilliant, and I hope this lives up to it and surpasses it.
For me, it's always in this kind of games, because it's different format. It's not like it used to be like Gold League 7-on-7. This is 15-on-15. It's really hard to see personal player skill, yet it's so remarkably important.
Yes. I mean, it's slightly less important maybe than 7v7, but you can't win without it. Like,
No,
you're going to
like
have to have it one
decisions
way
you
or
have
another.
to make cannot be dictated. Yes, you need really good FCs, you need good tacticians, but at the end of the day, like, how will people perform? It's what gonna decide the game. And also, what I can also notice on these games, like, FCs are usually the guys that play the worst in those moments. Like, trying to go in bird eye view in your mind and thinking about the 15 tanks of your team, thinking about 15 tanks of enemy team, thinking about the rotations in advance and everything, and then, God forbid, position your tank, shoot, and do everything while you're doing that.
Yeah,
That's like proper
keeping track of
multitasking.
so many moving parts while trying to play at the
Yeah.
same time. Like, you really got to give a lot of respect to the guys who are doing that and are like.
I was actually
doing
really
really
amazed
well
when
at it.
people play light tank and lead. For me, that's really hard. For some guys, it's easier. I've seen Ducky does it a lot. But for me, it's super hard, man. Like, you have to do split decisions in a moment based on what your team is doing then. And you should really try to stay alive until the end of the game.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of training and experience that comes from playing a fast tank while you're trying to lead, because you have to be clicking the map, you have to be aiming, you have to be moving, you have to be.
God
reading
for
the
being
minimap.
surviving and doing damage in the
Yeah,
end
and
of
then
the game.
to survive on top of that and like play really well, that's quite an achievement in itself. So the first map that we will see here is Cliff, which we didn't see on the previous one. So that
Yeah,
should be
it was
interesting.
banned actually by Fest.
Yeah, so they didn't want. That would be a very Fest-orientated map, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I expect it to be like that now. Like, yes, you can make a stalemate here, but usually some initial advantage is usually made in first 60 seconds. Something due to spotting, something due to maybe some RT damage, and so on. We're gonna see. There is several really crucial positions that I expect to see. I'm really interested in who will play what here. I'm not gonna
We
spoil
actually
now.
see some very. I'm just looking at the map list there. I couldn't ignore it because we see Moro and Proc as well.
Yes.
So we're going to see 3 maps that we haven't seen in the previous round. That's quite unusual when there's only 7 maps.
Well, we
And
haven't seen Proc because it was a tiebreaker. It didn't come
That's
there.
true. Well,
And,
that's because
Murwanka
the
was
teams
banned.
didn't pick it. So the
Wargaming
previous
was
teams
banned
didn't
by
play it.
CSA. So there you go. I guess every team has something to hide and something they don't want to play against a certain team. So the decision making, like Roids banned Sand River here.
Mm.
Like, do Roids play Sand River bad? No, they don't. Maybe they don't want to play against GX. Maybe they even think, okay, maybe we will win GX and we want to hide Sand River from potential team that we will meet tomorrow
Yeah.
if we win.
And if we look
Like,
at the
there is a
GX
lot
ban-
of layer of thinkings there that can go by any team.
I think the GX ban is pretty obvious. They banned Himmels against Roids. Probably the best Himmels team here. So
yeah, Himmels is a big problem because in those moments, yes, you can order an all-out push, but after that, everything comes to those players who will take which corner, how will you cover your teammates, where you will focus fire, will you take shots while crossing or not. Like everything of that is done on completely individual basis. People have to be really aware where is the enemy, where are they shooting from, what should you do in that second. And if you don't have that cohesion between 15 guys, Himmelsdorf is a nightmare map. That's why, like, as example, for years, everyone in Europe was avoiding to play Himmelsdorf with Russian teams.
Yeah.
Russian teams were
And that
complete rulers there.
that has a lot to do with training. And
Yeah.
you can't ignore the fact that in Roids there's an awful lot of former WGL players who would have played Himmels for literally thousands of hours.
Countless times.
Like hundreds upon hundreds of rounds over and over, which the GX guys just
You should
don't
not
have.
put yourself in position to play against someone who is probably superior. Why would you pay
Yeah,
yourself?
no, it's the correct ban. It's the ban. If I was in GX position, I'd absolutely make that ban. 100%.
So who do you favor in between these two? Not
That's a very
not by
unfair
heart.
question.
No, not by heart. Like by heart, you will say Roids immediately. But if you are thinking, who do you favor like this?
Well, in terms of player skill, I think for sure it has to go to Roids. I don't think there's too much of an argument about that. Like, you've got all the former WGL players, you have high skill players. Just Roids is just edging it on kind of every aspect of that. For FCs, you could actually argue a few different points, but you have a lot of experience to go with the Roids guys, where they've been leading for years or whatever in various different formats, and you've just got all that experience just builds on top of each other when you've got so many players.
So where do you think then the chance would be for GX in this match, in your experience?
I think maybe disagreements, which you can always have in, you know, from a Roids perspective. You can always have, when you have a lot of experience, you can have experience in different areas. And maybe people don't agree on stuff, they argue a little bit, and that just, you know, even if it's not bad arguing, you're just discussing a tactic.
So if they go too long into arguing
But
what
that
to
takes too
do, that
long.
can go into loop.
Yeah,
I
you
guess.
can slow yourself down a lot on your decision making. When everyone has such a firm idea of how they need to play, and if those ideas differ a little bit, you can have people talking about them, you're just slowing down. You need one guy there, like for that kind of a setup to work, you need one guy there who's just saying, we're doing this.
God mode on.
God mode, banhammer on, we're doing this, we go forward, we do it, and that happens. That's how that needs to work. So if that's not on point today with Zaf, who will be main leading, if he's not kind of cracking
That's
down,
actually what I wanted to ask. Is like
Okay.
Zafarchi coming back into the game, leading 15 on 15, no less. For the guys who don't know, Zafarchi was the leader of Go Hard, and he was playing strictly Pro League 7 on 7. So this is a format I've honestly never seen him in my life.
Yeah, but Zaf is a great sponge. He's been sponging for the last couple of weeks, trying to absorb all of the 15v15 information.
SpongeBob
that he can.
Zafar.
Exactly. And he's been soaking up from, you know, Roids guys have experience, exactly. So he's been soaking up as much as he can from them as rapidly as he can. And he's a pretty quick learner.
So
I've faith
Zafar
in him.
is gonna have the main lead here, and he will be assisted by guys like Insane, Maestora.
yeah.
Anyone else?
I
in
think
that
that'll
regard?
be well, I mean, like you've kind of got like
I mean, you're not playing, so
Well,
well,
I can't carry, unfortunately. Then, you've got sort of like a pyramid of people who are vocal and active. You know, you've got like the guys who are going to be at the top, like Insane and Shokish and Stefan, who I think should be playing today.
Stefan
as well.
will
We'll
also
see
play.
Stefan here today. We got all the old boys out of retirement. you
oldies
know.
goldies.
The old but still the best. Hopefully, we'll find out today against GX. So, you know, I think you've got that sort of pyramid of guys who are very much like giving information and very much like participating in, you know, the big discussion of how you're going to play. And then you've got the guys who just want to play really well. Guys like Decha, guys, you know, like Failware or
Decha
whatever.
is a
who-
monster, man.
They're not going to be telling anyone else what to do, but on their own position that they're playing, you know they're going to play it really well.
Camille. Phew. A lot
Yeah.
of. But we've been talking before, and actually, like I told you already, I think the only way for ICGX winning this is some tactical momentum that they will actually manage to drag Roids in their mindset, what they want to do. If they don't manage to do that, I think, as you said, like Roids have overall much higher player skill and experience, and it's gonna come to effect. If it comes to a lot of small brawls, prolonged battles with lower number of tanks, Roids will gain an advantage there.
Yeah.
But if you tactically manage to draw them in some kind of play you make, that can happen. But our guys are ready, and we will soon watch, finally, the beginning of the match we've been talking so much about.
And the first map then that they're going to be playing on is Cliff.
Magnificent map, honestly, to
Oh
watch
yeah,
always.
it's great. And we haven't seen it so far, and that was a bit of a disappointment on the previous game to see it, because it is always exciting. Every match on Cliff is exciting. You get rapid pushes, you get rotations, you get brawls, you get everything on Cliff.
Well, there was a period where it could actually go to stalemate, but I really don't expect it here.
Not at the moment. Not at the moment.
No way.
No, not the way it's been played at the moment, as we can see in game. You can't really camp or anything on this.
Oh, Zafar from afar is playing Arty.
I think we'll see him on Arty on every single situation except Himmels and Ensk, and we're not playing
Okay.
Himmels and we're not playing Ensk until the tiebreaker.
Is he a good clicker?
He's a pretty good clicker. I mean, he played it in WGL as well. Like, he knows his way around the GC. I mean, it's not
All right.
not too much going on there, but he knows his way around all the same.
Well, we are watching now Roids in attack, playing from upper side of the map, and GX in defense, playing from lower with two artists. Two artists can be a gamble here if you don't manage to pretty much tail the enemy team.
Yeah, from the south, I think, even on both sides on this map, I think one RT is sufficient to do what you want to do, because they're losing that one RT, they're losing one position on the map, and positions are so important on this map. And we can actually see GX has a huge commitment on the 2-line, because
Also
they can take it.
Foch to balance it, because it has 6 shells, so that he can help his teammates. So big commitment there.
And
They're
that's a
trying
full
to
spot.
create a big crossfire on the middle, but I don't know, will it pay off?
The whole of GX is spotted right now, so Roids can now choose what they want to do, so they're pulling back on the 2-line, and they're going for that middle commit.
Ooh, Buraka took a lot of damage here from the side. Aggressive here, push here from Roids coming in. They're just using the small cooldown so they can negate the tanks here. Already one guy from GX is down. Buraka is down in his bachat. There is huge pressure coming here on middle. Reich in his light will follow, and probably Semir's Mai.
So that's all the tanks from GX being dropped rapidly right now, and Roids is taking over the middle. They've traded some HP, they've traded Barry, but they haven't traded any positions, which is the key thing on Cliff, because right now GX, they're bunched in, behind this centerpiece, and they can't actually really move out from that. They can't push on the
Papapavi
2-line.
is trying to pressure out the
They
ghost.
can't push the mid.
Papapavi is trying to pressure out the ghost here, and Arty will certainly work on him. He's the crucial part of defense here now for GX, who are stuck from the lower side. I also don't see an STRV anywhere in position on K5, so there is no crossfire, anyone to shoot Roids in the side. I would say that's actually a crucial mistake for a play like this.
Yeah, I think GX is really missing out on that southern position, because that gives you so much control. Right now, Roids has all of the map control they need, and GX is also one tank down with the GC, so this is a massive disadvantage for GX. It's going to be really hard for them to come back.
Well, only Carryberry died. That's not a big expense, we know that. He plays for the fun.
Well, that's never Carry Barry. You never really expect him to do any damage.
And Gashtojny now. So GX is still in their defense, but the HP difference says a lot. It's 4,000 and the moment, and couple of tanks on top of that. We have only 3 lost for Roids, but 5 for GX. And GX on top of that has 2 artists who can fall any moment, to be honest. Like if they slip down that light, unspotted down, he can see them, or they can even blind shoot them, because there is not many positions where you can stick them.
Yeah, so GX's RT is actually giving them a potential to kind of get back into this game, but Roids can just hide behind this hill, so that there's no RT damage going into these key positions where they have all their HP and all their damage, and they just sort of have to gain all the map control. They can decide what they want to do now. So, they've moved the light onto the south. This is huge control. He should have, in my opinion, been supported by a medium or something. Then he could have maybe gone for RT or something like that. That would have actually been a really nice play, but it's a bit late now at this point. But they have the light controlling the south. They have this 277 Joster on the north. He's not going to be able to get pushed out. And they have all the guys in the mid. There's not really a play right now for GX. They've got to kind of wait for Roids to make some sort of a mistake.
Yeah, Roids now need to play it cool, because they cannot allow themselves to get in some silly fight they can't win. They need to do the damage, but they can't at the moment, because their single RT needs perfect spots so he can do something. I think their probable play will be controlling any rotation from GX and trying to single out the artists over time.
Yeah, I think the RTs are the key to this. The south is certainly wide open right now with just a single 907, and that's a bit of a crossfireable position. If you hold some area in the north, I think you can shoot that as well as holding the south, but it's difficult to dig out. But the one thing I want to highlight right now is that Roids is attacking, so they do have to move. And they have to move in the next 3 minutes, because that's going to be the point at which it starts getting a bit too late to push. So in the next 3 or 4 minutes, we need to see some more movement from Roids. GX could, in theory, just hold this for 6 more minutes.
I don't think GX actually has an option what to do. They cannot push a 1-2 line. That would be a complete suicide, and they know it, because Roids would be able to get complete control of every inch of high ground on this map, and then they will just cap their own base, while they can defend their own easily. There we go. First RT down by a light, as we said. It doesn't even matter.
Blind?
I think it was a blind. I think it was a blind. As I said, like there is not many positions where you can put all artists. Also, they can work in cohesion with Zafarchik. Zafarchik can say, "Hey, I saw a tracer here. You should shoot a little left, right," and he can shoot himself, splash, and
Yeah.
art the other guy to finish it.
And you very quickly rule out the amount of bushes. There's maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 meters worth of bushes back there.
Look at the amount of the shots coming in the bushes. They are literally
Oh,
trying
that's a
to
hit
fan
on
out
the
the
art-
art. There
other
is
RT.
one hit. So,
And
but
now they know that there's a hit because I bet Zaf was watching and he saw the tracer disappear. So
Yeah.
now he knows exactly where that artillery is.
Well, they
That's-
know he's in
yeah.
the area, but only pure luck is saving him so far. Yes, they will spend every single shell they have, and he's even spotted now.
Yeah,
That's it.
I mentioned that the arties would be the key to breaking this, and there we go. The arties going down. Just impossible to hold that position. If they'd had just the one arty and maybe they had a different tank somewhere else, they'd have maybe a bit more of an option to play from GX, but Roids is just going to now move, probably maybe another 907 or something like
They're
that. to the south.
relocating the arty down. You can see on A1.
Yeah.
And I believe the one critical tank they have to shoot is 907 in the base, but also with the relocation of arty on A1, they can shoot all of these guys in their backs while they're in supposedly safe cooldown.
Yeah, this is not looking very good for GX at the moment. They're 3,000 down on the HP. They're down on, what, 4 tanks? One of them being
Yeah,
the arty
they're
as
just
well.
gonna crunch them down. There is nothing to gain here anymore for GX. They're stuck. Like they cannot push. They will get in crossfire. They cannot sit. They will be shot by arty and then eventually crushed. So this is a really sour game at the moment for them.
Yeah, so what's going to matter now is going to be the execution of the final push from Roids. I mean, it's potential that they can mess something up. It's possible. Like
Yeah, we've seen it.
teams have come.
We've
Yeah,
seen it on
teams
Live
have
Oaks.
we saw exactly Fest doing that earlier. You can always make a comeback as long as you have enough HP and tanks. And GX does still technically have enough HP and tanks to make a comeback. So
But seriously, I
there's
really
nothing
don't
ruled out.
expect. Like, look at these people here, man. Like, how many? Let's go like with how many people didn't play goalie here?
oh,
The names just
and then
disappeared.
changes just as you want to count. it does the
I
opposite.
saw about 2 or 3.
Yeah, I
Alpha,
think it's only
Alpha didn't.
Alpha did. He played in Sausage Squad. I think the only 2 are Tony and Faley that haven't played Gold League. Everyone else played at least 1 season, and some of these guys have played 3, 4 seasons.
Gastozni, Feli,
Oh, Jostra as well, so 3.
but Jostra won a qualifier, as he
Qualifier-
says
qualifier
million
doesn't
times
count,
over,
yeah.
but he never actually played it.
Didn't play a season, doesn't
So
count.
technically, he didn't play, although he claims he is the best, better than any of those who did actually.
But
Still
yeah,
to be proved. He will go to Moscow, and maybe we will see something if he wins that.
well, they have to win it first of all, but it seems that they're
I'm
Putting-
sure in his
putting the
mind,
right
or
foot
he already
forward.
won it.
well, mentally winning a game, that's not.
It's actually a big part of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of advantage to having such a mindset that you always go in to win and expect to win and train and prepare really hard, which is, what Roids should be good at. They have so many guys who spend years and years literally training almost every day of the week. So if you can't train properly for a match, then what are you really doing with all that experience?
3,000 HP advantage, but still only 2.5
It's just growing.
minutes.
It's just growing.
But
the
2.5
HP advantage.
minutes. They still have to do something about it. As I said, the crucial part of defense of GX base is one 907 tank, a single 907 tank. But obviously, Roids are picking up a different approach. They're just gonna bomb these guys with RT and then crush them with numbers and HP they have.
Yeah, so Roids just pushing in here. The first 2 guys dropping, but that's to be expected on the push. GX doesn't really have the tanks for a sustained fight like this, so they're dropping one after another, and that's going to be
General
all she
Zix,
wrote.
Buzuk, Serbin, they're just falling down one by one. Magma is behind the corner, cut off. Shifter with his Fosh B.
Ooh, that was a delete and an Amarak. Never mind
Oh la
having
la.
a clip on the Fosh B, he only got 1 off. So much
I
use
actually
that
really
tank
don't
was.
like that tank.
No, I hate it as well. It's so situational. If it had a turret, you could maybe suggest it, like a waffle or something.
Even the gun is dodgy, man. It doesn't really go where you want always.
Have you tried aiming?
Yeah, I guess I'm
Okay.
failing. I try to actually aim what I
Yeah.
should.
So
I
that's
should
the
just
first
click.
round gone to Roids on Cliff. Not to say expected, but we would be looking for them to like a strong opening round. There's a lot to be said for that. It's a bit of a mental thing as well,
I would say the game was decided in those first 60 seconds, as we said. The decision making on spotted split by the guys from GX, seeing a lot of tanks from the lower side, knowing they will have a lesser number up. And I would say there is also one very important thing. They saw they don't have an STRV.
Yeah, that's absolutely key because
Like,
if
they
they
had a
had that
Foch.
south control completely, well, it's not a completely different game. I think they'd still push him out eventually, but it's giving
It's a
them so
huge
much more
difference.
opportunities.
It's a
yeah.
huge difference.
It's shooting yourself in the foot, really. Not even just to have a 907 there. Anything.
Like
you just
if
need a tank on the south.
K91 as example.
Yeah,
if you
perfect.
don't want, like, it's a great sniper tank. I mean, we understand why they took Foch. They took Foch because they were scared, because this was kind of a blind push, and they were split. That if Roids actually plays super strong from 1-2 side, they will just lose engagement there, and they needed a Foch for that 6 shells, so he can delete at least one guy or check or do whatever. But in that regard, they also sent tanks to the middle, and I don't think they expected Roids to so aggressively respond to whatever they do in the start.
Yeah.
It's not... I mean, it's split decision making of a team, and someone has to go do it, and everyone has to say yes, and not like go do one shot and go back. You know?
If we can take a quick look at the damage though, I just noticed something that I really want to highlight. Zafarchik, top on damage with the RT, 4k.
Okay,
Easy.
it was an RT game, you know?
Yeah, sure.
Like, they really bogged them
But
down
still,
and killed
still,
both artists.
4k is 4k.
But look,
But hang on, no wait, no, I'm not finished, Mojo, not finished. Failware as well, second place. Stefan fourth. That's 3 out of the top 4 Go Hard players. I mean, I'm just saying. Saying. I mean, never mind Barry.
Never biased.
Never mind Barry at the. You didn't see that, but you top 4 guys.
Oh, Jostra, the best player who never played the Gold League. Well, not so close with damage.
He has the kill. Kill matters.
Oh man,
Kill
I can
matters.
expect what's gonna say after this.
Hey, he had 100% accuracy, 2 out of 2.
Давай.
So at least you can say he aimed well.
Yeah, but not so well done for RT of GX. They were never in position to shoot so much. After the first engagements, they did very few shots and they were pretty much hunted down.
Yeah.
And I believe when you play with 2 artists in a cliff, I don't think you should ever play the lower side. I think you really need to dominate the upper side and spotting part of the map.
I think GX lost this on 2 parts. They lost on their initial pick. Just wasn't like 2 RTs and no STRV. What do you do? Like, you want to make an aggressive push by taking no STRV, but then you take the 2 RTs. Like, they just cancel each other out.
Yeah.
You need to play more defensive. If you have that, you need to take all the positions and hold them. They didn't really take any positions. They had too light in the mid, or like too light a setup in terms of HP and damage in the mid. It got pushed too easily, and then they had all these guys on the 3 line not doing anything because they can't push out. Like, I think a very experienced FC put in the same position, you know, like assuming they picked the same thing, would make a completely different call and would just push with all those heavies and just say, you know, this is the only chance to win in the long game, we're going to lose it, and they just say to push.
But all in all, we saw the result of everything. Decisions made are behind us, and we are going to watch the next game. Current result 1-0 for Roids. They won attack on cliff. Now they will be defending from the south side. Again, we can see GX sticking to their 2 RT play.
Yeah, again with the 2 RTs, but
do they have Foch again?
They have an STRV, so at least they're not cancelling their own RTs.
And they have Foch again.
Yeah, I guess just
like Shifter is really, I don't know, warmed up on that.
Maybe he's 3-marking it. So yeah, we'll just see it with the opening plays now. How many guys are going 3 line? How many guys are going mid? That's kind of the key thing that you want to look out for. Papa and his AMX actually, that's just to clip the enemy light. There's no real reason to take it otherwise.
It's a really good tank because you in that AMX you can run to the position to shoot the enemy climber and spot him on time.
Why is he going with the turret backwards? Is that like a mental thing?
I don't know, man.
Oh, it doesn't make it. No, it doesn't.
No. You go to this side. To hit. You go to this side and you're already aimed. But also, like, he's proving us his player skills or whatever, you know.
He's just too cool to drive with the turret forward.
But Reich is not even trying to climb up, of course, because that's usually really a suicide, and only faulty teams allow you to do that. We can see a huge dispersion by Roids tanks immediately crossing over because they saw the information, good information, that they can actually not be pushed from the middle. And Buraka again dies first.
Dropping that tank on the beginning, and now they see the advantage that they're actually just
look at the crossover
and take out these guys on the ramp from GX.
So there is only 268 from the Roids keeping up an eye on lower part of the map, but they do already have a guys in the crossfire.
Okay. I think someone needs to turn off in-game voice. Maybe it's fixed now.
I really hope that
we're
was
back, guys.
not on a stream, whatever happened there.
Maybe that was just in our headphones, but we could not hear anything apart from a loud screech. So sorry about that, guys. But yeah, Roids, they've made that initial push in. They still haven't killed the guys on the ramp, actually. They should be doing that. And now they're re-pushing on the 3 line when GX tried to make a commit. So GX, they kind of pushed in, but there was a flex from Roids. They just went back, and that seems to be all she wrote on that
Again,
one.
we are facing the same reaction. In first 60 seconds, Roids are making their move on the way, on the fly, and deciding what to do, deleting the first tank in the process, while GX is probably still contemplating, should we do this or that? And that's what we are talking about. That's the player skill. That's not even tactics in that moment. Tactics is initial engagement, like you are going here, 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 and when you get to those positions, you guys will have to decide.
Yeah, that was a really nice pick on the beginning. Just picking off the 907 who was overexposed. It's happened to me in the past, and I learned from it to never go like that again. And GX, again, just dropping off the... I mean, it's still close on the HP, but there's so many positions in Roid's favor right now. GX just in the crossfire.
Yeah, they're gonna pretty much wither away in this map. They are farmed by everyone in the Roids team. Clear advantage by number of tanks at least, if not the HP, but HP really doesn't matter when 5 guys are shooting you.
Hey, at least GX has this STRV now. He can maybe pick up another 1.5 before the game ends to pad his damage a little bit.
It's so strange that they have it now in attack and they didn't have it in defense.
Yeah.
Major mistake in that regard, but still, from this side as example, you have more cover as attacker from other side than from the other.
But yeah, that's a strong opening from Roids, 2-0 on Cliff. I mean, it was just good plays, good positions, good picks. Everything there. GX not very, in my opinion, just the setups on the first map lost them, the match before they even
completely
decided
outplayed.
where to go.
There is nothing else to say. Like completely outplayed. Like the reaction of Roids, like all animal reflexes level.
Yeah,
what to say.
That was great stuff for the first match. First round on Cliff, second round on Cliff.
Yeah,
both
this
great
is
stuff.
kind of Cliff I like to watch.
Yeah, exciting.
Like teams
quick
that
pushes.
are actually reacting like this.
Yeah, those reactions. Like we saw it on both times. On the first round, they pushed over the middle to push on the GX tanks that were left in the middle. That was an instant reaction based on the spot. The second time, again, the guys spotted in the middle. They say he's out of position. Clip them out immediately.
And there was instantaneously push from a couple of more guys. Like they were actually judging, they have a split force, they have more guys down, they don't have enough guys up. Like we can do this, we can actually go away with it, and so on and so on. So there was all cascade and all levels of thinking here coming through, and we can only see a fragment of it actually.
Yeah, to watch a whole 15v15 match position by position is impossible because there's so much going on. But even on just what you do see, it tells a lot. Because it's, like the positions that Roids were taking and the positions how they were using them, really nice stuff.
I think we can actually, like even on what tactics, show one or two things. Like we've seen Papa going here, so he can shoot from that angle on a couple of angles like here.
Yeah, that's an old VGL position as well.
We can see other light, T100, spotting from here. So he is getting a good grasp what's going on, what's coming your way. And then after that, like we can see a guy pressuring here, and we can see instantly when they pushed away a little the light, the guys who cannot see anything, instantly they said, aha, they are not playing aggressive, they have people in the backside here, okay, we are going to cross like this, and we're just gonna pound them with RT and these tanks, we're gonna do rotations even from this side if needed, like we're gonna do whatever we want because you gave us an opening. But that decision came in pretty much 10 seconds while they were driving.
And then the reply from GX, they came up here and they tried to make some sort of a push on the 3 line, but the Roids guys just pull back to these positions. They're supported from, over here, they're supported over here, they're supported maybe back here on the hill. Like the positions for GX just weren't in it for them to win. You can't make any plays on this side once they'd lost that middle position. So they just had to push the 2 line and nothing came of it. And then just Roids grouped up, pushed back over it. And then that's a killing zone right there. You can't run away from it because
pretty much the same thing, like different kind of versions, but upper plateau was again lost by GX in initial part of the game by huge pressure by Roids, really huge pressure and fast developments, and they could simply not make a good cohesion between upper and lower side of the team.
Yeah, and Cliff is very much a fast map, so Roids playing that as really as well as you can expect in terms of how they were playing it, how they were positioning, pushing, reacting, all that kind of stuff was good. And then for the second map, we're going to go into Malinovka, which is a very different map. It's a lot slower. It's a lot more based on your spots and info, and then making longer pushes.
It can be slower, but it really depends how teams play it. Like Malinovka is from both sides actually. You can play super aggressive. You can play for the control of the middle and one side, as example, and do it like that with leaving very few tanks on other side. So this map, I believe strongly, it should be play aggressive if you want to win, because if you just turtle up, you're gonna end up shot at the end. Yeah,
that's true. There's a lot of open positions, so probably see 2 RTs at least. I mean, we won't see 3, but I think we see 2 RTs from each side.
Again, we're gonna say this, like Malinovka was a gold league map, And
well,
these guys
it's
played it
it's
a
played
lot.
very differently since.
It's played
since
very
Colombia.
differently, but you can still dig out the bushes the same old way, man.
Yeah, I remember the old map tactics with every bush labeled and
Yeah.
everything named and numbered, and you'd be blind shooting them in a systematic fashion and stuff like that. I mean, it's
And
not
let's
really
not forget here,
valid
here
anymore,
you
but-
still have 15 people, not 7, having to dig out something. So if you want to dig out spotters, you will have, if you have a committed team here, no problem. If other team wants to camp, all you need to do is take out their eyes,
Yeah.
then you can rotate and push some specific weak spot that you think is good for you, and that's it.
And this is the pick from GX as well. So Cliff was picked by Roids. Obviously, they want to make a strong opening, so they picked a strong opening map, and they did exactly that. So now GX has picked Moro, so obviously they feel prepared on Moro. So this will be more interesting, actually. If maybe GX was not feeling so good about Cliff or something, now is their opportunity to come back.
Cliff
on
is
their
hard to
map.
play. It's like really a lot like a personal level of play by guys.
Yeah. And
Josh.
then the third map will be Prohorovka, and that's picked by Roids. Again, a strong WGL map. All the guys are going to have so much experience on that one. That one actually does play similar.
Yeah, but Proho, I would say Proho can always go either way.
Yeah, Proho is very balanced. I really like Proho. You can play slow, you can play fast, you can do rotations, you can do everything on it. I think it's really cool. But more Ivanka is what we'll see here in a second.
Yeah, the guys are getting ready, and we will see how will this go on in any second. I'm really looking forward to see actually start how many artists will be used. That will tell us a lot about the gameplay.
I think 2 each, and I may be cheating by looking, but I think 2 each.
It's
I did say
slow.
2 each earlier though, so it's not too bad.
That's slow.
So yeah, we can go in game here in a second now.
You totally
as
didn't
the game
watch.
is loading up. I said that. I said that like while they were in the garage, not picking anything.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Mojo, have faith in my predictions. I mean, you're the one known as the crystal ball, but at least my crystal ball is telling a few truths.
Oh wow. I'm gonna start recording on this. Let's see, Kamil playing a light, solo light on Roids. Roids are playing a defense, and we see 2 artists indeed, Insane and Zafar, both playing well on those. Batina and Dr. Nix, same artists as before on GX double RT, but double lights also in attack side.
Yeah, I think you kind of need them on Moro just to play both sides. I mean, you know, if it was me, I'd maybe use the bat shot just because it's a bit more useful later on for one of the lights, but 2 lights as well, I think it's no problem to play like this. We can actually see both teams are going for a couple of aggressive buildings in the middle, you know, with their bat shot, 430, 277, 907, just to, you know, get that initial control with a few positions, but you obviously don't want to commit more than 1 or 2 tanks into those.
We gave an aggressive spot on one line, so he's probably just trying to hide those tanks behind him, so they are not spotted getting that middle position from the Roids. On the other hand, there is a huge force coming to the forest side for the GX.
Yeah, this is a big commitment on the 1-2-3 line, actually. Normally, you wouldn't see too many tanks going here from the beginning because it's quite difficult to play. But, you know, they're taking aggressive positions, and it seems like they actually want to counter out these 2 guys at the church in the mid. Because now they're pushing them back into maybe poorer positions, maybe they can pull them out on the other side, but it seems very much to counter that.
I'm not sure, like 2 guys in the middle, it looks a bit like an overkill for me. Like they have a budget and 430 use, so potentially they can really make Yostra's life miserable, but he will be covered, man.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to push out that 277, so that's actually just proxying 2 tanks for the price of 1.
Yeah, that's what I don't like about this, and they're abandoning that side of the map even. How will they pull off these tanks then?
Yeah,
how will they
just
leave?
looking at the way GX is moving, like they're moving along the K line, they're moving their tanks back, they're just leaving like a light in some passive bush.
Okay,
I
Josef
don't
has
like
a
that.
spot there, but Bachat?
Maybe they can proxy him twice as hard. But like GX is just leaving the light to spot their base and a couple of guys sniping, so they're going to want to play then over the forest. But there seems to be a pretty decent cover from Roids. You know, they
Failure is
have-
taking a lot of damage by Artie here, man.
Yeah, he's probably going to drop on that position. Actually, he's in a bit of a crossfire as well.
Not a bit of the. He's pretty much dead in that. If he
Well,
stays
not
there.
really, because he's kind of covered by the ridge. The ridges around him give him a bit of cover for a time. Let's say for a time. Until he finally gets pushed out.
Maybe
But
it's
there's
his-
also 2 arties as well, so he died.
You know,
under one.
whoever saw Failure, he knows he has like a lot of hair. Maybe they're hitting that part.
But there's also the IS-7 to fall back from just behind him. So as soon as he goes down, you still have some control over the forest with the IS-7. And if they're playing over the 1-2 line, that control is important.
I don't know. I think this was a freebie from the Roid side. To be honest, when spotting the forest part, I prefer a light over a medium, because medium can really not extract when he's pounded by a couple of tanks and arties, while light has actually the luxury of that speed and better camo value, you know?
Yeah, or even a Batshot would have been fine as well. You can still use it and clip at the end. He's doing decent spots, and he has ability to run away a lot faster than a 907.
I would still give it advantage to Light there, because Light actually has to be connected directly by Artie to be significantly kind of hampered, you know. But
I think the matchup will do a similar spot and just has ability to deal some damage at the end. Because at the end of a match on Moro, you generally don't need 2 lights. It's going to be more beneficial for a bot. But we can see the 2 lights here from both teams just trying to find each other on the south. Camille a little bit exposed here. Is he going to go down from the repush from GX?
I would say more than a little exposed, because he doesn't have many guys covering him now. They're actually
this
aiming
is actually nice.
907s.
This is actually nice for Roids because they have 3 guys sniping this. And Camille is not going down. Camille is actually almost making it away.
He will probably make it away, but he will lose a spot on that position. Now we need to see what will Roids actually do about it, because they did lose a spot on the forest and they have a lot of forces stuck there. Let's not forget, this is also a game about playing with 2 arties against 2 arties, and Roids are actually currently 1 tank down.
But we also need to keep an eye on the 0 line right now, because there's actually a repush here coming out from Roids. They're going to push onto General Zix and take him out quite quickly, and there's not really that many tanks from GX supporting this position.
No, this was actually a good call so far, but there will be a counter push immediately. Oh, you Barry, you had to pen this, man.
Barry, bit of... Oh, 2? Is that 2 in a row?
No, that was a low roll.
He penned that one, okay.
But that was a low roll.
Okay, Barry, we'll give you that one. We'll give you that one. But yeah,
that costed him life, because Zix actually managed to finish him off because of that.
That's not a free kill like it maybe should have been. So even Stefan might actually go down here as well if the spot remains and Artie hits again.
Yeah, I would say like currently in the trades, GX is doing far better. Although they have those 2-on-1 tanks in the middle of the church for doing nothing.
Exactly. So whatever they have, they will always have that one useless tank. Imagine they had that
100% for the end game.
Calculating your HP really, really far in advance. But yeah, imagine they had that tank on some other position. Imagine there was 2 tanks where General Zix was. You're not going to be able to just push that out.
Yeah, but you would not keep 2 tanks there. You keep more in the back to cover him. Because he's basically what he is. He's a sellout tank. You sell him out to do damage.
Whichever way you say it, it's still better for GX.
Yeah,
so
of course.
A big mistake for sure.
Of course. But still, their artists currently are doing better work. And even Jostra is down now.
I wonder, wait, was he getting countered by the guys in the forest, pushing up a little bit? I'm not sure if they could shoot onto that. Yeah, he must have, like, he would not run away for no reason here. So
he was pretty much in bad position once the Roids lost the upper position on 3 line. He was actually cornered because he couldn't back up. He would get shot in the butt from the STRV. He was proxied by these mediums and shot from the forest.
Yeah, GX a lot more confident on this map. You can really tell, even if you had to guess, you could tell that this is their pick just by the way, the much more confident way in which they're using all their positions, and they're using them really well. And Roids is actually struggling in some parts against this.
And they're also attacking. GX is attacking. So, guys, it's always harder to win attack and more important on any map. Well, it's still not over. It's 4 minutes, 1000 HP advantage and a smidge more. But that's not always crucial. Not in these kind of games, not against these kind of players. Like GX actually still has to work their way and win this game.
Oh, nice RT connection there, doing 500 on those 2.
Well, the damage just halved. Luck advantage.
Never mind, another one.
And there we go to equation.
Okay, so no, not so much HP anymore on those 907s on the 1 line, but I don't think they would push from there anyway. You know, their push, in my opinion, has to be over the forest.
I would say when guys play...
Actually, no, they're moving 907s back to their base. They are going to push the 1 line.
Like, when you play something like this, these are the small player mistakes we're making out. You should never allow... Like, these 907s were here for a while. They should never allow Artie to focus both of them with the same shot. God forbid, 2 shots in a row.
Yeah, 2 shots in a row on the same position is really quite a punishment when you can do half that damage just by splitting
If
up.
one guy takes the pounding, okay, he was spotted, focus, fine, man, but you should not have more tanks paid in same price.
Yeah, it's the same deal with the airstrikes in advanced and CVs. Just airstriking the same position when they don't need to be there is a huge mistake. We can see the push coming out now from GX, retaking some positions, moving their 907s up the 4 and the 1 lines in unison with each other.
And this is also the position where there is the most tanks from Roids.
Oh,
ow!
Nice big hit there on the light by Artie. Never 2 hits again.
I think they just realized.
Good sync.
I think they just realized they are striking the best defended position in the map. Oh wow!
But they can only find it out once they've pushed in. That's a big advantage they're thrown away from GX. They've lost their light, which is so important on Moravanka. It's a good thing they have a second one.
But still, their HP advantage is slowly melting away. They managed to take Papa Pavian in his I-7, who was spotting the lower side of the map. That would be the better play from the start if they managed to do it. But they, of course, didn't know. Stefan is now stuck on this position on A6. There is no getting away from there. Once you're there, you're pretty much dead when people are controlling the middle. Camel Meter is also dying in his light tank. Now the things are actually rocking the GX way. They are cutting away slowly but surely Roids from their own cap and pounding them with Arty. Now this is the game that actually is worth.
Here you see the classic example of getting boxed into the corner. Literally all of the Roids tanks are now stuck in the corner trying to run out the clock because there's only a minute and 45 left. If they can run out the clock and have HP, they can still take this, but it's not looking good for Roids at the moment.
Now 1.5 minutes and Roids are pretty much only that's left for them is to camp it out and make sure that at least one tank survives.
Yeah,
that's the only way they can win
difficult.
this.
That's going to be very, even with 40 seconds, it will be very difficult. When you've got a minute and a half, that's going to become close to impossible.
Well, it's all about Gashtožny and his 100% HP, I would say. Everyone should go stick together, team protect.
Yeah, especially Tony with the full HP, he needs to remain alive, like no matter what. Or actually, just picking off tanks. Like, there's so many low HPs on GX right now, they just need to make a few picks to
But they still
try and
have
reduce
3
their
or
DPM.
4 guys who can take the pounding and push in. Like Srbin. Srbin is 1700. He should definitely just RR and drive forward, and everyone else should like hide behind him.
Oh, this one's really come down to the wire though. Like when we saw such
Nah, this
confident...
is over.
No, but 50 seconds it was close.
Yeah.
You cannot say it was a clear win by GX. There was pushes, there was rotations going on, it was shifting back and forth, and then eventually Roids just losing the control over the eastern flank really cost them everything because they lost Stefan on A5, they lost the heavies in the mid who just eventually died, just losing all their HP, and just got stuck in the corner. If they'd maybe moved 1 or 2 guys more on the A7, that they could repush it or something, maybe there's a chance there, but too static at the end.
I would say overall, because this was a similar playstyle by both teams, 2 arties, 2 versus 1 light though, on the 4GX. Better cooperation with Arty in this game from GX in most of the initial openings. Better isolating of the tanks of the Roids, and Roids a bit late on some rotations and not doing enough then.
Yeah.
Like they had some tanks completely stuck and GX was winning like a chessboard.
Yeah,
Piece,
GX's push with
piece
the
by piece.
907s on the K line when they moved them back, that was too easy. They should have taken so much more damage there. Like
That's
Camille
what I
was
said,
going,
like they didn't see them on time.
yeah, Camille was going really aggressive, but he didn't spot out enough that they only made maybe 2-3 connections or something when they should be making 5.
And they
6.
didn't know that there is a light of GX in the middle of that field.
Yeah,
A guy
they should
who
figure
was
that out actually. They really should. That he's on such an aggressive push, and they can tell Camille, you know, he's in this area, and I guess maybe that's why Camille played so aggressive there.
I
to
don't
try and
think
find
they
it.
expected it at all.
Yeah, but their heavies should realize after some time that they're getting shot or getting spotted on weird positions. They should understand that there's a light obviously somewhere in an unusual position, and you have to play around that. You can't just ignore it.
Well,
So yeah,
there was, I would say, a couple of mistakes done by each team in this game, but these are the things that happen and you need to cope with them on the way and just adjust.
yeah, and GX made a few better rotations, a few better calls on that because, you know, it's their pick. They obviously were more confident on it. We mentioned that it's, you know, these rounds can really go either way. Like there's a lot, there's maybe a lot of people saying that Roids would have an advantage, but at the same time, it's not free wins. Nobody is giving any free wins here today.
No. And as I said, for me, at least for me, the crucial moment in downfall for Roids in this game is actually what I told you, like Forest should be spotted by faster tank, not by
Yeah.
907. 907 is a really good tank, like you can shoot, you can move and so on, but you cannot really keep things spotted, especially when you're working against 2 artists like GCs. They will dig you out. No
Yeah.
matter what, they will dig you out and you will be outspotted. And we, from the start, knew there are 2 lights in the GX, so they kept 1 light spotting one part of the map and 1 was pretty much dedicated until he died on that
Yeah,
side.
and there's 2 free picks I can think of, and that'll be Fowler in the forest, just getting stuck in a position he can't move from, and clicked and crossfired to death. And then later on we saw Jostra as well, just getting stuck behind the church, and then
It's
they,
like domino
they
effect.
lost so much control that he was getting shot on the side, he had to try and drive away, but obviously he's not going to make
It's like domino effect. Also, then they have the I7 who is cut away. As soon as GX pushed the upper side and realized, oh, we are hitting a wall here, they knew the other side had to be empty.
Yeah.
So they knew, okay, then I7 is actually a freebie. We expected they are actually playing the lower side of the map, but they're playing the upper. And from what we know from past experiences, even from the Gold League, when you lock yourself up in that upper side of the map, you pretty much die. Because when enemy gets the control of the crossfire, of the cooldown on the hills, on the left side, upside, that's it.
Yeah, It's sort of counterintuitive. You might think, oh, camping in the corner, that's really easy. You just sit and you wait and they drive into you. But it's actually the opposite. It's a huge disadvantage to lose all those outer positions and to lose the control and get stuck in the corner. You're really fighting a losing game at that point. Like, you have to push out, or else the enemy team makes a massive mistake.
All those
and you can't
tanks,
rely on that.
all those tanks you saw fall one by one in one moment of the game, that's pretty much what then decided the game. They were just like, you could just see. From the moment that GX stopped their push on upper side, you could just see one guy from Roids dead, one guy from Roids dead, one guy from Roids dead.
So now the teams will be flipping side on Moravanka. Roids is now on the attack, GX is on the defense, so we're 2-1 up for Roids at the moment. They
GX has the chance to equal the match now.
Oh yeah, they could equal. They could
and
totally.
come back.
This is their map. It's this. If they're gonna equal on a map, it's gonna be on obviously their first pick. So yeah, we'll have to see how that one goes.
Double Arta here for Roids in their attack, and one art in defense for GX. This is something I actually like more because you're more versatile with tanks, how you move around. I actually never liked Moravanka with two arties that much, to be honest.
I kind of like the two arties. I mean, if you have two good arties on this map, you can do a lot with them, especially when you have the spotters that they have, like Camille and Papa on the lights, as well as Kaizu on a bat. Gives you a lot of information, a lot of places you can move around, a lot of places you can spot. So we see Camille here going just to try and spot out any initial pushes on the 3 line, but we can see GX is not going to be there. They've got all of their tanks right now on A7, apart from a couple of mediums.
Yeah, they're actually just playing really passive and giving out the middle completely and full control to Roids. I'm not sure is that the best choice or not. Also, there is only 3 mediums on upper side of the map. If Roids actually decide to go for it, at least 1 or 2 of these guys will be dead.
Yeah, I think GX is actually giving a little bit more information than they might want because they have a Super Conqueror picked and they don't have him on C4. That actually tells you a lot.
Yeah, this 277 where Alpha is now actually has a bush there and he can peek and he can see what is on C4 corner. There is no way to hide it.
Oh, nice shot there from RT on the retreating B1 907. But I think once they realize that there's 907s on this C4 position, obviously they're not peeking because they don't want to get
selling
spotted.
out all these tanks on upper side of the map?
They're going to push it. They're going to push everything on the 3 line. This is, I think, probably working out better for Roids than it is for GX right now.
Much better.
This is not a defense lineup they have. Like 3 907s in a crossfire is not anything special.
Oh, this is a massive mistake. They will lose not 2 tanks, I think they will lose 4. 3 minimum if one manages to scrape away, but
the best
more
case
likely
for
4.
GX right now is to have their light survive, and he doesn't. Never mind. And the guy in the 1 line is obviously going to drop, so now they're stuck with these 2 907s
Massive
who are
mistake.
just going to get crossfired. This is a lot of HP thrown at the beginning of the game, and they don't have a reply right now. GX is trying to push it across in the south, but if you notice, they're all spotted doing so. Roids has all the information to play on right now.
They're counter-pushing, and Roids now do know that these guys can be shot for more or less free. Batina and Buraka will fall. There is a counter-push by a lot of GX guys coming on lower side of the map, but there is an I-7 on the red line. Light tank spotting, STRV immediately pulling back. 277 abandoned the position at church and ran away. So Roids are still holding like a scorpion pretty much both sides of the map and just letting them come closer to the middle so they can close it.
Yeah, upper ground really matters a lot in this game when you can use hull down and you can use your position, and Roids has all of that right now. They have both ridge lines, and GX is kind of scattered. They can't make a concentrated push. They're scattered between different buildings. Some are at the ridge line, some are stuck behind the buildings, some guys are in the south. Not looking good for them at all at the moment.
Magma dies in his medium now on upper side of the map. Feely is getting cornered by Buzuk and General Zix, but he's in good position, so only then they can shoot him an artery maybe if it's aimed there.
And this is the problem with trying to over-push both of the ridges that are being held at the same time. Is you can't do it without being in a crossfire, and that's what these GX guys, Karana, Waraka, Batina, all of them are just stuck in this crossfire, and they can't push out and they can't pull back, and that's
Feely's
just
still
bleeding all
alive.
their HP.
Never mind that, Zix manages to finish him off, but the light tank from Roids is already going Papa Pavian or Camille, I can't see which one of them actually in this moment. He's going through the forest and he's looking for Artie from their back. He's hugging the red line like it's a life itself, and he's gonna find him, man.
Yeah, this is...
It's Camille.
This is actually potentially a really fast game, and Roids is attacking. Just something to keep in mind in case we do go to a cross or a tiebreaker. The previous fastest game was on Cliff, but that was from a defense, so that one doesn't count. And yeah, big massive crossfire on GX right now. I don't see any comeback from that. They've got less HP, they have no RTs, they have no positions. It's just really a matter of time until they eventually run out of HP and tanks.
No, like you can clearly see, Roids have all the crossfires, all the superior positions, and GX could only hope for some miracle or massive mistakes from Roids, and I don't think they're in a giving mood.
Yeah, I don't think Roids is in the mood for giving up any free rounds on this. They want to take it all the way here. They really want that.
I mean, last
first
round they
prize.
didn't give. It was taken from them clearly.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
GX outplayed them by far there. But this is like a lesson.
Yeah, and this was more. I'm not sure if I can say fairly misplay, but maybe mispositioning on some of the GX vehicles. They didn't spot out this push early enough, and then they just lost all their tanks because of it. You know, they had an opportunity, maybe if they spotted it earlier, to move away with some of those.
I don't
907s.
understand that play. Like, it looked like they're trapping something, but if you are trapping, you actually have to have a spot. You have to know what's coming. Like, you cannot play like one tank is coming to your 4 when there might be 10, which
Yeah.
happened.
And why
they
did
didn't
they
see them.
use their conch and, you know, other tanks that would be holding in normal positions in STRV, 268, whatever. All of these kind of tanks were pushing on the forest.
Mm.
But the conch is the worst tank. You can pick on Moravanka to push on the forest because it has no speed. So as soon as they want to repush, imagine they had those two 907s over there. They repush, maybe they would have a chance. It would be bad still, for sure, but maybe they could actually push over the south ridge or something like that. Or they could push the K line easier. You know, it's like a lot on the positions you use, but also the positions you don't use.
It just looked like they were expecting Roids to play from the lower side of the map and completely ignoring the fact that they just might not.
Yeah, but you can never expect that someone will for sure do something. And
It's
playing
like,
tactics like that is very risky.
You know what can happen in those kind of games. Like, there are a lot of guys who say, okay, current meta is everyone pushes this side of the map.
Yeah.
Like, they must be doing that. Well, no. You actually have to see what they're doing.
Yeah, because the future meta is the counter to the current meta. So if
No.
your opponent plays one step ahead of you and just plays something a bit different, it could be completely countering what you're doing. And
So-
you can't kind
So
of
you
box
have to
yourself
play
in
with
like
your
that.
own game plan, but you cannot give such a wide opening. And this was a really big opening. Like, they had no control of middle, and they have had 4 stranding tanks on one side. Roids pretty much poked a little around the map, but you could see from the start they kept a defensive. Like, we can show it again. But we need to go to Moravanka first, right?
Maybe we should have done that before.
I guess so.
Mojo.
Never mind. So they had an i7 prepared from the start of the game here. For that cooldown, why is he there? He's just there to buy time.
Yeah, that's
While
a really nice
others
position.
are rotating. Roids immediately put the tank here. Again, he's spotting this. What's going on there? Or is anyone there in front of him? And they have clearly the vision, rotation and everything, and they see, okay, there are tanks here, but there is not much fire coming toward us. Nothing is shooting us that much. That means, wait, they left a couple of guys alone? Okay, YOLO!
Yeah, and in the meantime, GX is on these positions, you know, going this way or whatever. There's no way you can support any of these guys on this side from like this.
Only RT once in 40 seconds.
There's no way you can do that. Yeah, you have maybe an RT shell, you have maybe 1 or 2 guys sniping, but this crossing here is just absolutely impossible to support. So then it was just down to the situation where Roids has, you know, all of the ridgeline control. They have here, they had the south play. You know, there's no way for GX
Upper
to
side
come back
also.
on the north. Yeah, they didn't even need the control because GX will never push it. They had all their tanks coming through here like
But
this.
they did, and they did push the forces over A-line also. I mean, the Roids.
Yeah, exactly. But
And also, what's very important, like the tanks that were in front line, like STRV and 277, that was a church, they withdrew immediately to the back lines. So they didn't leave any freebies to GX when GX was doing a counterattack.
yeah, and then you just create this massive big crossfire where both of these sides are supporting each other, and it just creates a massive.
Yeah, they
kill
pick
zone
with
here.
a little part of the turret and they shoot the
Exactly.
guy in a distance who can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and that was pretty much the end of the game. After that, it was just a shooting gallery. GX stuck between a rock and a hard place, nowhere to push out of, nowhere to pull back to, and yeah, just
It looked a little bit like that cliff when they put themselves in a bad situation from the start, and Roy is just like, you know, you give them a finger and they cut off your arm.
Yeah, really bad openings on 2 rounds now that
Mm.
we've seen out of the 3 from GX, really kind of shooting themselves in the foot before the game began and just being immediately punished for it. You know, like Roids is a team that's not going to waste an opportunity. If they see you making a mistake, they're going to make sure that you pay for it.
Well, they're still in the game. It's 3-1. It's not end of the world. We're gonna watch Prohorovka next, and Prohorovka is a map that can really go both ways. But you know, usually it's a team with better judgment again. So if they keep up like this, they are going to not like what's gonna come.
Yeah, and Proc as well, a map with a lot of experience for the Roids guys, having played it in seasons and seasons and seasons worth of
Okay,
VGL.
but Proho is like also a clan war map, and GX plays
Yeah.
really a lot of clan wars advances, so it's really often played map in every
Yeah.
format.
But we'll have to see how it goes. So the score is 3-1, Roids leading the first 2 rounds on Cliff, and then a 1-1 on Moravanka. But now as well, you have to remember that Prohorovka was picked by Roids Obviously, they're going to think that they play quite strongly on it. I mean, that's what your picks are for, so we'll have to see what they do.
But will they try to hide something for maybe later matches? Will they think
No.
like that?
No.
Or we go all out?
You're only playing 2 games. You can't. There's no hiding here when you've only 2 games. If you've got 6 games or you've got 8 games, sure.
Even when you have a lead of 3-1?
Even when you have a lead of 3-1, I think there's no
Okay.
freebies being given.
Okay. It's not a freebie, I mean. Freebie
Well,
is when you go in suicide somewhere blindly.
If you're hiding, obviously you don't choose your best strategy. So it's not a freebie, but it's not giving yourself any advantage.
So Kamil and Papa Pavian on light tanks, Insane and Zafar from afar are playing the arties again, and Dr. Nix playing the single arty for GX. We are watching Prohorovka is 3-1 at the moment for the Roids, and Roids will be attacking on this one.
So yeah, a fairly kind of, well, not aggressive, let's say, opening from both teams at the moment, just stacking in, the A3, the A7, and on the hill, and like K2, and all these kind of normal positions, moving a couple of IS7s around the mid to do a bit of spotting, get some info. So
Well,
both teams playing rotational.
We can honestly immediately see a bit of weakness in GX defense here, because they have 2 I7s on that island afar, expecting a rotation coming that way. If actually Roids do 1-2 line push, they will be able to overmatch GX, but that call is hard to make. It has to be made on some sturdy facts.
Yeah, it has to be made on information, so you need to spot those IS7s, and I guess with the light in front of the IS7s from GX, they're not going to be giving away that spot, and as well as their 1-2-3 line is actually quite strong, with a double conk and an STRV. That's not easy to push into, especially when they're on a crossfire like that, where they're on the A1 and the A3.
Yeah, not easy, but not impossible.
Well, not impossible if you have a whole team to do it. I think, and that's really kind of what you need. You need like at least 7 or 8 tanks to push that out, in my opinion, because they're going to lose HP the whole way they go up to it, and then they have to over push. And you have RT shooting on them, you have D tracks, all this kind of stuff, and then you have 907s. Maybe 1 or 2 of them moves back in time. It depends. It depends on the spots and information.
Well, so far GX is actually hiding their tanks really well. If you watch the positions of 5-7s, they are completely hidden in bushes to passively see people when they actually reach the ridge, the middle ridge line. So the only guy spotted currently is the I7 on 6th line. Everyone else is pretty much not giving info to the enemy. That's very important for GX, because any info on Prohorovka is crucial for tacticians of Roids, how to make a decision where to push, what to do.
And we also need to remember that Roids is the one who has to make a push, because they're the attacker on this round, so the South is always attacking. And it's kind of hard to say. GX I think has a pretty good defense actually, because they have all their mediums on A6 that can flex. The problem is they don't have an early spot on the 1 line, so those mediums can't make it there in time. But if Roids pushes over the eastern side of the track, they have a really nice setup, because they have the 907 sniping in the back, they have IS7s to hold this position, which is really nice. Typically you'd only see mediums there, so stacking up a lot more HP, they'd be pushed on by mediums, so they're obviously going to trade a lot better. They have the conk on A8, they'll have their RT on the other side of the map, so like it's quite a strong setup to hold the east. I think the west is really the weakness on GX, but Roids can't know that. They need to get some information.
I would say it's like this, like they have 1 RT, because you really need 1 RT on Prohorovka, so you can deny some aggressive hold-on positions to the enemy. But they picked only 1 RT, so they can make a good trap for Roids. That's how it looks to me. And they're making sure that vast number of their tanks is not spotted, so they're forcing Roids in one moment to do a dedicated blind push.
Yeah.
And they want to draw them in. That's what we were talking before. If you manage to draw in droids in your game that you want to play.
Yeah, and a few key things to point out about the artillery as well. As you can see, these IS-7s are remaining unspotted in the mid. They're like an IS-7 on B4, you'd think, why would you sit there? It's like totally in the open. When in reality, actually, he's just sitting in a bush and just saving his HP. So the additional RT from Roids is actually not able to shoot anything.
Yes, and the time is clicking, and that's tank less. Also, they have info, okay.
Oh, nice hit there on the light.
Yeah, there is an info, like there is an RT on A2, but that doesn't tell you anything.
Wait,
there
was
is
that
like
blind? That was a blind shot on the
Are
right
you sure? I think he was spotted.
No, because he didn't move afterwards.
Oh dear God.
Well, he should move, because the RT will see that they hit, unless I don't think it was a splash. So they figured out very quickly that the light is on these row pushes.
Oh, and he
gets
shot
spotted
immediately.
Again. Oh, that's actually... This is creating an opening on the east now.
That's a huge opening. That's a huge play if they blinded.
Yeah,
and
there's
they
no
probably
907
did.
to replace him. They would have to move one through the water. If Roids is capitalizing on this quickly, which it looks like they are, they're moving all their tanks to the mid, this could actually be really nice.
But there is still a huge number of tanks here that are ready for this. But what they lack is spotting, that's correct.
Yeah, so if you don't have spotting on that push, you can't make any reactions with the rest of your tanks that can't shoot, so they don't move. And then you have the guys who could shoot, not actually being able to deal any damage to get an advantage. Because as soon as, if Roids was to push now, they still have a lot of time. There's only 5 minutes spent so far on this match.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of time for this map, I would say. And yes, we are getting really excited about one shot on a light, but it does matter. And you can see also that Dr. Nix, the arty from GX, is being chased. He's only left on 22 HP.
Yeah, it's difficult to blind him, I think, anymore on that position, but even one hit is showing you really
Magma is
hard.
now spotted on his middle I7 because he has to drive forward. Like gradually, inch by inch, Roids are actually taking advantage on this map. They're getting ground control.
Yeah, we can see actually Papa has quite a nice position here. I think he'll spot A6 rotations from there, which would actually be really beneficial to know.
This is really crucial moment now. Kamil is going for a spot. What will he see and when will he be spotted? What damage will he take or not? There is a bit of RNG there shooting, but there you go, Buzuk is down! The light is down, and that's the light who has the more HP. The one on a low HP is still on the other side of the map. Nix in Arty is down now. We have still 4 minutes going in, and Roids are pretty much closing in.
This has opened up the one line so much. That light was the only spot they had on the tanks on one line, and now Roids is just pushing everything over the middle, trying to kill out these IS-7s here in the mid, and at the same time they're going to try and crossfire with the STRV on E1 on anyone who's peeking on the ridgeline. He should do huge damage from that position.
Kamil is down, but I believe he already did his job. Shokish is taking a lot of pounding. He got spotted in his STRV prematurely, I would say. But both I-7s on the middle are dead, and there is a huge push by Roids on this side. This is a correct action they chose. And the I-7s on the other side of the map will now cost GX a lot.
And these IS-7 and Super Conk trying to move back to A6 to support the remainder of their team.
They will get shot in the butt now.
They're going to get shot in the back now by the two 907s who move off the hill. This is a really bad situation for GX. They're in crossfires, they have no positions, and there's 3 minutes to spend remaining on the game. This is a lot of time for Roids to dig this out.
Yeah, HP is pretty similar, but we've seen these situations like this. It does look similar, but then the enemy, the attacking team is closing in from multiple cross shooting actions, and that's it.
Shokish on E1 and that STRV, I expect he'll have at least 4k, maybe 5k damage if he's hitting a lot of shots.
Yeah, he survived and he's not spotted anymore.
Yeah, he's just going to do unlimited damage until the end of the game, and there's nothing GX can do about it.
Yeah, they're trying to push Buraka toward him now in his 907, but it's just not going to happen. Shokish is too experienced. He's going to move back behind the bushes enough so he can even get helps from some other guys. There is
he actually did get spotted.
No, that's a blind shot.
Oh, okay.
Like, they know where he is, man. They just can't really
Why
aim.
would you be blind shooting him when there's tanks like the Wheezy, IS-7, 907 from Roids,
there
all
you go.
of them
This
pushing?
is the first time he's spotted now.
Well, it's too late at this point. If they'd spotted him a minute earlier, maybe you have some chance given, but GX is just being slaughtered right now in the close range at this point, so...
There is nothing they can do anymore. And this was attacking side for Roids.
Yep, and it's their pick as well, so, you know, they obviously had a good idea of how they want to break defenses. That's going to leave us at 4-1. That's heavy. That's a heavy score.
That's a huge advantage, man. Being so early on a match point here, that's a huge advantage, and that's a big moral downer for GX, I would say. Not so much moral boost for Roids, who probably see themselves already, you know, in finals and whatever. But GX would need a moral support of winning some rounds. And I think actually they had a good tactic on this one. But Roids read them really well, man, and blind shooting that light, that was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Like, it looks like a small thing on a map, but it's a huge thing. It's a huge thing.
Yeah,
and a big opener.
That was the absolute just winning,
it's like a
winning
key.
play of
It's
the
a
game.
key. It's a key for a lock, man.
Yeah, that was the absolute winning play, because that just opens up the east, it just opens up the mid, it opens up everything, because then you can start to move on the map. When they have such aggressive spotting with this light and heavies in the middle and stuff like this, and you're not getting anywhere, like, oh, okay, what's going on? But then all of a sudden, there's an opening on the east, there's an opening on the mid, blah blah blah. You can move your light up to an aggressive position, he's spotting crosses, and then you can make pushes.
Also, really good cohesion between many players on the map. You can see, like, not too much HP wasted anywhere and so on. So, I mean, this is one of the really, really good Prohorovkas to watch.
You have to remember the light from GX on the 1 line. How did he die? Because he should be in a bush there. Camille just crossed on the 2 or 3 line on the row of bushes. He should never spot that light.
He spotted him from some parallel position.
He must have got behind the light. Must have been sitting behind the bush rather than in the bush. And so as soon as Camille went on the side.
But that's what we said. Like, it's a dice you throw, and what will happen to Camille and what he spot will decide that part of the game.
But that was huge as well. Spotting out that light on the 1 line. It's both lights from GX really, not necessarily misplaying, but really just losing the entire round because you lose all the control. There's so much information based on that.
But never mind about what we think about it. I think it's time for our favorite segment between lovely Sahel and Milan.
So you have to stop looking at us. Cool.
Okay.
Hello again, guys. So, we were chilling here watching all of this fancy stuff happening. This is basically like some great matches we're witnessing. What about that?
Well, definitely. I mean, we see Roids, we see the guys. I think the favorite team going into this tournament.
Guys trademark.
Yes. I mean, most of them have played the Gold League before, so all of them are very experienced when it comes to tactical play, when it comes to competitive play, and I think they have definitely shown that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a throwback for me. It reminds me of the last clan scuffle we've had, and basically most of the names are kind of a repeat of an old
all
event.
of those names, or most of those names in Roids are very, very good players, very well-known players, and yeah, definitely as well very experienced players. So I think I want to examine a bit more on how Roids really showed that experience. We'll do that on the example of Cliff. So again, you have to change the colors. So basically Roids is the red team. They go a very aggressive middle, and they see that they have the overmatch there. Completely 5-6 tanks on the one line from GX out of the game, and Roids just capitalizes on that overmatch. Yeah, and this is a very typical move that you did back then when Gold League was 7v7 format. This was just a standard play, and this was a standard counter, and you just see how quickly Roids reacted. This is really the key factor, and this is what makes them so strong also going into this competition. I mean, they saw the info, and then they had the info in the middle. They picked up the first batch hit, and then it was like I don't know, not even 10 seconds, yeah, and all of the mediums already pushed over. Yeah, and then it's just very basic play. I mean, all of them have done that countless times. They just take map control. GX tries to counter push somewhere. They just end up in a complete crossfire, and yeah, Roids just absolutely dominating this. I guess it also.
So basically, it's an experienced power play.
Exactly, Roids have played it so much. All these basic standard tactics that GS brought to the table here. So they know for no matter what GX do, they always have the correct counterplay, and they will always do it very, very fast, which they showed. And I mean, it was similar to what we saw on Morowanka. I mean, it was not on Morowanka. I mean, on Prohorovka, the last map. They knew where the lights were. It was always it seemed almost like Roids had the mini map of GX, so they almost had all the tanks spotted because they exactly knew where everything was. That's what I haters say.
No, it's kind of the muscular memory on an athlete, basically.
Definitely.
They know how to sprint.
Exactly, and
even though I have to say that for one match, the one match that Roid have lost so far, they reminded me of when you see in an animation, when you see the character fall down a cliff and then it takes like 5 minutes to start playing, for falling. It's the moment, the one battle that they lost, it was kind of comical to see. It's like
I think that the battle that they lost there was maybe a bit of too much aggression. GX played with two Arties and constantly spotted the heavy tanks of Roids, so the Arties would just constantly keep them pinned down and constantly chip away their HP. So nothing really to do there for Roids, but in the other matches they have just shown what kind of team they are and that they can counter every single tactic or have the correct answer on every single tactic that GX brought so far.
So yes, so now we know that we know who are the teams that are the most experienced. But do you think that there are, do you see a lot of openings for GX? In, like maybe I know what you think. We're having a very experienced team, so it's going to be like kind of a wish upon a star kind of situation to actually make it and beat them. But you never know. Like, is it that tragic?
Well, the score is 4-1 for Roids. They're on a match point going into the next round. And I think GX needs to find a lot of openings to bring something back there. I don't think they're gonna come back that much. I mean, it's also, you have to think about it's a mental pressure. You just get absolutely wrecked.
After a while.
Yeah, but you just get wrecked 4 rounds in a row, or almost 4 rounds in a row. and you're so down, like getting up from there and recovering, I think it's also for a team like GX probably not the easiest task.
I guess I've seen one too many movies where the coach stands up and it's like massive disadvantage, like we can do this. And
Motivational speech.
Yes.
Yeah.
Motivational speech, and then.
So what do you think the GX captain is saying to his team in the break right now? Is it? I don't know how.
I don't know what to wish for, because I recognize players from both the teams, so I don't have like, okay, I want you to win. Like maybe if I had to pick a team, I would pick Roids, but for the wrong reason. It's that I really do. It's a silly reason, but I really do love their logo.
It's good,
it's
right?
a wonderful logo.
Yeah.
So it's just okay.
Well, I can remember what we did when we were down, when I still played back then in the Pro League. When we were down and we had like short break, everybody would kind of go into himself, would just try to reset, to settle down, now take a deep breath, and just try to just reset, forget everything that happened, and just try to come back from there. And I think this is exactly what GX needs to show now. But let's see what they can do in the upcoming matches.
Yeah, after all, you just try to do your best, and then you will see. So yeah, that would be it for the analytic moment, and it's time to give away some more goodies. So yes, just before this segment, we've had a moment where we've thrown to the masses another code for the LT432, the new Soviet light tank that we've just recently introduced, like yesterday or something, into the game. And we had a winner to the question that we've asked last time. What was that we asked just before?
What was it even? Which tank died first on the Ensk? No, not on the live AUX game, which then actually turned out to be very crucial. The correct answer?
And the answer was?
It was the STRV 103B who died fastest, and you probably know the STRV. Very good camo rating and very brutal DPM, so GX could have definitely, or Roids could have definitely used a sniper there in this game.
This was a critical death.
Yeah, so it was a critical death. And yeah, congrats to the winner.
Congrats to Buddha _ Stern. Yes, this one I got right, I hope. And you're the winner of the LT432. And how about now we announce the next question, because we have one last code for today. Maybe we will not be able to announce the winner yet for today. We might announce it tomorrow. But the question for whoever wants to win is, please reply to this question the fastest you can.
Well, the question we saw, or it is about the Roids team. How many of them have actually played in the Gold League? Like, not, I don't mean like have joined the Gold League team, but have actually played in the Gold League. Niall and Mojo have talked about that. I briefly touched it. And yeah, so the first one in the chat.
Give us the numbers of Roid players played in the Gold team.
Good luck to all of you.
Yes. So yes, do remember that all the codes that we were giving away during this live stream are only valid for the European server. And that's the only limitation to participate to our contests. And aside from this, as we've already hammered in quite a lot of times, but let's repeat for in case anyone just synchronized the live stream to just watch Roids play, let's remind players that we're having this majestic bonus code here shown in the right down here, World of Tanks rules. If you activate this, you will earn an emblem it's a Moscow coat of arms inside of the game. You will earn yourself that, and you will be also eligible to win. You might be randomly extracted to win the collector's edition of the of this wonderful
nice box with a lot of goodies.
You will win nice box with a lot of stuff in. Yes, so you will be randomly extracted between all the players who will enter this code will be eligible to win this box, and we will contact you in case you are the random lucky winner. So that will be it for today for us.
So do you expect a comeback from GX there and upcoming rounds, or do you think they are on such a point that they cannot recover?
I never think that. There is
you're always positive.
Yes.
Yeah?
I mean, you cannot decide to not do it. So if you have to do it, do your best.
Right. I'm saying Roids is gonna do it. I think they're gonna do it very fast and painless.
There is no hope. It's like, yeah, you wish.
But let's see how it actually turns out.
That's grim.
Let's get it back to our casters,
Yes.
Niall and Mojo.
Well, Sahel is a shining ray of hope for GX. They will need it because Roids do have the match point and defense on Prohorovka.
Yeah, that's a big advantage. Not alone to have the defense, but to have defense on proc is pretty good indication of kind of what's going to go, what we could expect anyway to go on here. Obviously, we don't know the result yet. We'll have to watch and see with eager anticipation. But yeah, can I pick up the prize for that question? Can I get both? I mean, I'll just get the gold value of the tank.
It's actually a
That's
hard
okay.
question he asked, but for those who watched, they should know because two of us were
We may have
discussing it,
spoiled it.
and we may have given an answer on somewhere on the startish of the match. So if you're not sure, look it up. You might actually catch it on time then.
Yeah, so teams are preparing right now to go into Prohorovka, potentially last map. Don't know, but if GX picks up that one, then we'll go on to Live Oaks, which we saw earlier. Really interesting map actually, and a lot of people might not be so familiar with it in a 15v15 or a competitive format. So it was really interesting to see the games on it earlier. I wouldn't mind seeing a round or two on. I mean, I don't want Roids to lose, but if if they have to, it's not too bad to see one round on Live Oaks. Maybe not
if
two.
Roids
Two is
lose,
pushing it.
This, it's a moment of comeback is real. Then GX has every chance, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, every chance is given right now. There's no clear winners on these rounds. Like you
It's
could
hard. It's really hard to come
Yeah.
back from a defeat like we saw on this Prohorovka, from a defense that looked so sturdy and everyone was playing in focused, I would say, and patient and not getting spotted, and then they just fell like house of cards, man.
Yeah, I think Roids will just play a fairly static lineup, quite passive in the defense, and just try and let GX make a mistake. Because GX right now
Pretty
is,
much same like GX did, but just
yeah. but maybe GX
With a
will not
twist.
have the same searching ability that Roids did to
no,
find a light in the
that
bush.
location of that light was brilliant. How
That
they
was really
found it.
nice.
That was really nice. I must admit that. I really thought
Not
he
even a
was
super
spotted.
standard bush. Like it was one a bit in the open, like
Yeah.
3 bushes across. And
I
I guess they
actually-
just went through one by one until they found it.
I really thought like he was actually spotted by a light from the city, but no, you were correct. He was not.
So anyway, we're going into the round now. The players are ready, and we can see what they are taking in their lineups. 2 STRVs, 2 RTs from Roids. I mean, it's safe to say that they'll be heavily defending on this round.
And the budget for Roids. On the other side, from the GX side, you can see also 2 STRVs, 2 lights, and 2 artists. No budget though.
So yeah,
What does that budget tell us actually here?
the butt shot from Roids.
Yeah.
I think it's probably for the hill.
Yeah, I would think so.
The hill
also.
or the D8 position that we saw the light in from the last game. So probably a little bit more aggressive on the eastern side.
But let's see. They're actually keeping budget in the forest. So they're
Budget
sending
in the
a light
forest.
and the budget in the forest and an STRV, and the other light is going for the hill. Now that's actually an interesting development.
Yeah, okay. I don't really understand the butt shot, but obviously there's going to be some logic behind it. You don't just do things for the fun of it. So we'll have to see how that works out later on once we see.
I guess they
their
wanted
full
to
setup.
send a tank on a hill, but they think budget is maybe too bulky and light is more nimble and better camo, so they can use him better on hill. I mean, look at the aggressive way they both played up on a hill.
Both lights spotting
Both
each other
Buzuk
right
and
now.
Papapavian.
Just seeing do any arties connect. 1 miss there. 2 misses. Doesn't seem like there's any connecting damage on the initial trade, which is good and bad.
I guess that's why, and they want to have a budget ready for some kind of secondary spotting / rotation or whatever, or damage, as you said, at
Yeah.
the end of the time.
And we can see the 2 IS-7s in the mid from Roids. They had a couple of sniping shots there, but both of them are going to try and remain unspotted as long as they can, and probably going back a bit more passive into bushes now, just to try and reduce the artillery damage, because they'll be the ones that are focused out here. We can see Elian. It could take some. He has a spall liner. They're prepared for artillery shells in every
me.
way that he can.
Shoot me!
He's actually playing quite aggressive. He's going to be spotted there the whole time.
He's baiting.
Yeah. Oh, that was a 1-to-1 trade on the arties, or 1-3-1, I should say. And GX right now, I mean, they're the attacker. They've spent about 1 minute and 50 seconds. What have they learned? They've learned about the light on the 0 line. They've learned IS-7 in the mid, but both of those you could expect those anyway. And the light from I think it's Papa is just static in a bush now. There's not really any progress so far from GX. They're gonna have to start doing something.
And look at the bush that Papa took.
It's the same one.
Does it look a little familiar?
Yeah, we may have seen some interesting gameplay on the previous round on that bush that was actually turning, or not even turning, but it was completely tipping the side in favor of the attacker when Roids was attacking.
I guess there is a slip-up moment for us because this bush might be more common than we expected for more than one team. And if it's the fact, then Papa Pavian is actually taking a rather risky play here, because as the Roids found a spotter from GX in the last round, Papa should be found by GX in the same manner.
And it should be very fresh in GX's mind about that position as
If
well.
they don't find him, there is something really seriously wrong.
Yeah, but even just artillery, you'd expect more artillery damage after 3 minutes of a Prohorovka game with guys peeking in the mid, but it seems like neither team wants to give away the HP on their heavies. So neither team is peeking with their heavies, so you don't even need to go safe. You just sit there.
Yeah, but that all works well for Roids. I mean, time ticking
Oh,
away.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. The first blind coming in on the bush line, but you can see there's actually a couple of bushes. There's 3 or 4 of them there in a row that he could use.
Papa is sadly watching behind, and he's like, okay, that leaves
He's
only
counting
2 more.
He's counting the seconds until artillery
If
is
it comes
reloaded.
one next to me, I'll have to run before it goes for me.
So we'll actually just wait for the artillery. You can see the reloads of the artilleries on the right hand side. We got 10 seconds.
Insane is almost countered. Like the GX art is actually trying to counter.
Or maybe just a regular blind, because I think he's on A6 with that GC, so it's probably could just be blinds from the 907 in the mid. That would be 907 worth of damage. It's more common, I think, than an RT blind, because you don't want to spend your RTs trying to blind RT.
Oh, look at this.
4
They are
minutes in.
actually not playing for the RT played, and they're spotted instantly. Like, they're going for sniping positions. Buzuk is going down full speed, trying to locate who is spotting them. Gashtozni, Tony is there spotted in cooldown. RT is shelling it already. Papa Pavian is still safe.
Yeah, nice initial spot from that light, to be honest. He only spotted out the 907 on this position, some HP done. He didn't spot Papa, obviously, but he only took 1 hit from on his own HP, so that's not too bad. Now they have some information that they can
Yeah,
work
and Philly is coming from the lower side. Obviously, he's going to be far superior to a light tank. And the fact that's important for Roids is that a light tank, Papa Pavian, will still spot any kind of YOLO push down the hill, which is all they need.
Oh, there's the initial connection from Philly, and as soon as he reloads, this light is going to be dead for sure.
He has nowhere to go.
There's nothing that GX can really do to support him. This IS-7 is pretty safe. Oh, it's a nice hit from artillery, but you're only going to see artillery hits on this IS-7 here.
Yeah,
So it's
he
not gonna
was
be a lot
shot
of
by
damage.
1907, but still, it doesn't matter. A trade for half HP of 197 for a light tank on this map, yeah. Anytime.
I think that was pretty YOLO from GX, to be honest, because they couldn't support this light effectively. I mean, even a 907, like anything going there.
I can't believe they didn't check this bush.
they
they used
the
it.
Bush. Yeah, they haven't found Papa in the bush. He's gonna spot now. Like not having a light on Prohorovka when you're the attacker is. It's just so. Well, I mean, they still have the one, but not having that second one is so restricting. Because in the previous round, we saw how important those lights were. We saw, I think it was Papa Pavian or Elian or whoever was on the light on the 6 line from Roids was spotting the A6
It was
cross.
Papa there, and Camille was spotting
Camille
the
was
forest.
on the 2 line, and he made the crucial spot of that
But both of
light
them,
on the 1 line.
both of them, they gave the crucial info base, because Papa was probably the guy guiding them to the light.
Yeah.
When he got spotted.
Oh, you can see Papa going aggressive now.
Yeah, and Camille was doing aggressive spot in forest after, so it's really imperative how those guys play.
But we can see GX, actually all of them are spotted on the mid, and they're actually doing a rotate back from the hill, and it seems like they want to push the 6-7 line. I'm not sure how well that's going to work out for them, because they won't kill the I-7 in the water, they won't kill Tony on the B9 position, and they have only one 907 on the hill, and actually Papa is just
I think they're just gonna push the that side of the map, not the 6-7 line.
No, Papa's just spotted everything out. That's really important. Now, Roids has information that they're coming. They can prepare. Everyone can.
And it's 4 minutes.
Yeah, and it's only 4 minutes. So there's no rotate back on the other side. They have to push on this side.
Okay, a bit of hesitation here.
I think he's just waiting for everyone else to catch up. They were sort of splitted.
Mm-hmm.
So pushing one, you would take damage, and then the next guy would also take damage.
Korana, General Zix, and Killer are pushing here on the Roids forces, but they're already trenched up, and they're sniping from the rail side. So this damage coming in should be crucial. Art is pre-aimed on the Roids. You can see that the damage came in immediately.
Oh, that's big damage there on that last 907.
Feely took also quite a lot. They need to drop him out fast. But when they come in this kind of corner here, look at this. Art is pre-aiming this.
Yeah, that was a good shot from the RT there, stunning them all, D-tracking, and the D-track is the crucial one right now, because if these guys aren't pushing, they're not killing anybody, because they need to push into these positions to actually kill anyone. Failware here on full HP is just going to play aggressive on this corner. Everyone's spotted, they're trading, and there's just a huge amount of Roids guys now coming in from behind in the water, and they're going to finish off these 907s.
Yeah, Roids left only STRV and Light to cover the forest together with RT. Everyone else is coming here. They already dominated the middle, so they have actually all these guys in a crossfire. They're shooting them from left and right, up and right positions. There is no safe place for the GX guys.
This trade was not going as well for Roids as it may have looked like. They took a lot of damage actually grouping up there. RT hit right in the center.
Yeah, but position-wise, they're wide ahead, man. Like position-wise, they're super aggressive, but better standing.
And we can actually see on the other side of the map, the light tank Camille is still on the C1 position, still unspotted. He's controlling that whole side. That is totally safe right now. Except Zaf went down in the RT. Never mind, not so safe after all.
But it doesn't matter in this part of the game. We have still 2 artists from the GX, but the tanks are the deciding here factor. Like, they have only 3 tanks here that can actually matter in the game. STRV is completely out of the game by the GX. I was watching, he was trying to rotate after his tanks, but way too late. Because as example, if he killed this Bachat, GX would still have a game. They would still have a fighting chance, but like this, like now, no,
yeah,
because they're attacking.
Over 1,000 HP pushing into this position, that's going to clean out the river completely and free up all these Roids vehicles to go and hunt down the remaining GX tanks. Seems like we're going to see a very confident win from Roids on this this semi-final so far. And winning, what's that, 4-0 on their maps?
No, it was 4-1 and this...
No, but on the 2 maps they picked, they won 2-0 twice. So that's 4-0 on
yes.
on the maps they picked, and they only lost 1 on Muro, which maybe they're not so confident on, but it was picked. I mean, what can you do? The enemy also has opportunity to pick maps. So yeah, really nice preparation as we can see. And the last few tanks from GX just being rounded up now. There's so much HP left on Roids, there's nothing they can really do to sway the tide of this battle.
About
Shockish getting flipped.
Wow, that made a nice statue.
A nice pyramid.
It's
yeah,
like a tent more.
It's funny with those STRVs driving into each other. You never really know who's going to win those those fights.
Man, those things can flip on any kind of smallest thing on the map. Like, they're super weird.
Just Dr. Nix remaining in the RT. Even if he survives, they're still going to lose because they're defending. Roids is defending on this, so free bit of damage for Camille, free bit of spotting. He actually has 2.5k spots on the 1 line when they didn't even play on the 1 line. Actually, 2.5 spotting is quite decent.
Really strong play. Really strong play by Roids on this Prohorovka. Like on both sides, I can say. Good rotations, reading everything required, and I don't know what to say about GX in this. They did look kind of lost on Cliff.
Yeah.
Tactic-wise, much better on Murovanka, but then again on Prohorovka they were not on par with Roids. So well-deserved victory for Roids here. 5-1 in total. Rather fast match also. There were no slow games, nothing else like that.
So yeah, that's all we can say. Like, just better preparation. Like, at the end of the day, better preparation. GX tactics not so solid.
Let's see a bit
They
about
lost
the
on that.
damage here. Like, who did what on this Prohorovka. It's gonna be interesting actually.
Nice damage from the GX RT. 5k? He must have penned someone that we didn't see.
Well, that's like actually brilliant.
That's huge for a rock game to do 5k like that when it was a lot of pushes.
5 direct shells.
Yeah, nice
That's
stuff.
a lot, man.
Nice
Like, he
stuff.
did what pretty much Zafar and Insei did combined. But then the rest of the team. Shockish again found with his STRV more than 3k.
Yeah.
Like, that's something that was lacking here for GX. As I said, like, their STRV, you can see him, he was way off the position. Like, while the fight was in a progress, like, it just didn't work.
I've just heard from the observers that it was a Bachat that got penned by Dr. Nix.
Yeah,
Okay.
the one we said, like, they have a 2 lights and a Bachat.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, that was Kaizu on the 2 line.
Yeah,
in
but
the Bachat.
the Bachat
I'm
actually
sure
came
he
and
loved that pen.
he came and he was clipping on 907, so he was all on 1500 HP when I saw him in that moment, so I guess that was the last moment I saw him.
And then he was very shortly removed from that HP.
But he took out that 907, I saw that.
Yeah, okay, so just what can we say about the previous game? You know, Fest versus CSA, a lot more even than we just saw now. Roids
Closer
versus
game, not by result, but by the plays that were shown, much closer, but still significant 5-2 for CSA. And then we have something that we expected. We will have tomorrow finals between Roids and CSA, probably by far 2 best clans on
and
the
a
server.
third place match for
And then a third
Fest
place match
and
between Fest
GX.
and GX. So this is something that we suspected all, but you know, you cannot make those kind of plans without things actually happening.
And they should be really nice matches tomorrow as well. Like Fest and
Mhm.
GX will be a lot more closely matched. I think that can actually be really fun to watch because they're on a more similar level. Roids was obviously a lot better than GX today, so we'll have to see how that one
Mhm.
goes. And then the final, obviously, which we're all waiting for, will be Roids versus CSA. Perhaps one that you could have predicted, or at least had some idea that was coming.
Alrighty, we have good information here. The Twitch winner with correct answer on the question that was asked by Myland. How many former Goldie players played in this Roids match? Is 12, and Bug in the Dust. So Bug in the Dust is the guy.
Congratulations.
So
You
congratulations.
can have my prize. No, I gave it back.
Oh, you're so generous, man.
I already have one, so.
You are so generous. It looked like a really a crazy light, honestly, when I was watching some streams.
Yeah.
But that's it from us, guys. Thank you for watching. Come back tomorrow to watch the final matches.
It'll be worth it, we promise.
It will be worth it. And it will be a good preparations for the final event in Moscow.